The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 17, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Ann M. Custer to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10, 2022, the chair will now recognize members from the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the majority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, the announcement of Mike Garcia's election makes it official. The American people have entrusted Republicans with the House majority. They do so at a time of unprecedented fiscal peril for our country. 40-year high inflation, economic recession, and an approaching debt crisis, all driven by the most reckless spending in our nation's history. And history is screaming this warning at us that nations that bankrupt themselves aren't around very long. Republicans must reclaim the mantle of fiscal integrity and fiscal responsibility. And we should start by renouncing the tawdry, corrupt, and irresponsible practice of congressional earmarks, in which individual congressmen direct spending to pet projects in their districts or grants to favored supporters, bypassing merit-driven competition. Now, I propose to the House Republican Conference a rule forbidding congressional earmarks and expect to vote on it when we return after Thanksgiving. Now, earmark supporters argue that the power of the purse rests with Congress. Therefore, its elected members and not unelected bureaucrats should make these decisions. Well, no, not exactly. Representatives are supposed to be biased toward their districts. That's why Congress is designed to act collectively. Ever since Magna Carta, it's been a settled principle of good governance that the power to appropriate funds should be separated from the power to spend them. This is at the heart of the constitutional separation of powers. Congress appropriates funds but cannot spend them, and the President spends funds but cannot appropriate them. This is the single most important protection we have against political corruption and pork barrel spending. Earmarks undermine this principle, and it's no coincidence that most of the congressional scandals over the years have involved earmarks. A local company produces a product the Pentagon neither needs nor wants. So what to do? Well, it simply ingratiates itself with the local congressman and has him tell the Pentagon what it needs and who will provide it. Then it rewards him lavishly at election time and repeats. Worthy projects in open competitive bidding do not need earmarks. They rise or fall on their merits. And if there's such a thing as a good earmark, the price to be paid is all the bad ones, and that's a high price indeed. Just the last omnibus spending bill in March included nearly 5,000 congressional earmarks totaling $9 billion for some of the most egregious examples of waste in the federal budget. Feral swine management in Arkansas, a national atomic testing museum in Las Vegas, a sheep experiment station in Idaho. Now, members can and should advocate for their districts and make the case for projects they deem worthy of the money that Congress has appropriated. The problem with earmarks is blurring these two roles and having members both advocate and decide. Now, many say they don't trust this president and his deputies to administer these funds appropriately and even-handedly, and I agree. But if you don't trust the president to administer the funds that we appropriate, then don't give him the money, period. We hear that earmarks simply assure that local governments get a fair break. No, what they actually do is turn the federal budget into a grab bag for local pork spending by the most powerful members in Congress. And they undermine the central tenet of federalism that local projects should be financed by local communities and federal spending reserved for the nation's general welfare. When a local government proposes an earmark, what's it saying? It's saying the project's so low on its priority list it doesn't dare spend its own taxpayers' money, but it's perfectly happy to have taxpayers in other communities foot the bill. The result is a long list of dubious projects that rob St. Petersburg to pay St. Paul for projects that St. Petersburg doesn't benefit from and St. Paul doesn't deem worthy enough to spend its own money on. Finally, it said that earmarks can grease legislation by buying off the votes of individual members. Add a few local projects for that member, and suddenly a bill he would never vote for on its merits becomes a local imperative overriding his sound judgment. But explain to me, how is that a good thing? Our new majority needs to make a dramatic, concrete, and credible statement that business as usual in Washington is over. Is there a more powerful statement we can make than to swear off this wasteful and corrupting practice of congressional earmarking? I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, for 5 minutes.
America, we have liftoff. In a surge of fire, thunder, and smoke, Artemis 1 lit the early morning sky and was launched into the cosmos. At 9 million pounds of thrust, Artemis 1 is the most powerful rocket ever launched from the Earth. I was honored to see this historic flight firsthand early yesterday morning. And now, after 50 years, America takes its first major step towards going back to the moon. And we are bringing our many international partners with us, including the EU, Japan, Canada, and other allies. In Central Florida, we locals beam with pride that Artemis launched from the storied 39B pad from Cape Canaveral. This first mission was a long time in the making. The Orion spacecraft began to be developed during the Constellation program from 2005 to 2010. In 2017, I was proud to vote formally to establish the Artemis program. Over the next 5 years, America got to work, including every state. Many Central Floridians helped build or assemble the Orion capsule, the Space Launch System, the Crawler Transporter, and other components. During that 5-year period, NASA and SpaceX also kept busy on another key project, launching the Crew Dragon spacecraft. And on May 30th, 2020, I saw firsthand astronauts Bob and Doug launch in the spacecraft Endeavour and dock at the International Space Station. This was the first crewed launch from American soil in 9 years. Since then, we've seen multiple SpaceX and Blue Origin crewed flights. Travel in low Earth orbit to and from ISS is now a regular occurrence in Central Florida. With these flights well in hand, NASA turned its efforts towards deep space exploration once again. As the most powerful rocket ever to fly from the Earth, we knew the first Artemis launch would never be easy. But America never gives up. It turned out that after 2 scrubbed launches, third time was a charm. As I stand here this morning, the Orion spacecraft just had its next burn to set it on a course for a lunar flyby. The closest approach to the moon will be on November 21st, before entering a distant retrograde orbit around the moon on November 25th. It will roughly travel 1.3 million miles, farther than any other crew-designed spacecraft that has ever traveled. And it's a test flight, of course, so we'll push Orion's capabilities to the maximum to ensure it's safe for future astronauts. And then Orion will return to the Earth in about 25 and a half days. After that, NASA will conduct extensive evaluations of the returning Orion capsule. From there, the future of crewed lunar spaceflight will begin to accelerate. In 2024, Artemis 2 will be the first crewed launch around the moon in a new craft. In 2025, Artemis 3 crew will have the first woman and next man land on the moon. And in 2027, Artemis 4 will dock with the Lunar Gateway Space Station and begin our permanent presence on the moon. We will seek to discover water, learn from the harsh lunar environment, and advance new technologies. By the 2030s, these experiences and innovations will help us prepare to go to Mars and beyond. For today, let us take a moment to appreciate and thank the tremendous accomplishments of Administrator Bill Nelson and the amazing people at NASA. Yesterday was a critical milestone in our country's space history. This is a first major step for America to go back to the moon and then onto Mars and beyond. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise today to recognize the service of Jason Marie of Northern Cambria, Pennsylvania. Mr. Marie had his pass-in review for the United States Navy, an important step in passing basic training and becoming a sailor. To his family and those who know him well, Jason is a driven and dedicated person. When he graduated from Northern Cambria High School this spring, he knew military service was his best avenue for his life. Coming from a family where his mother is retired from the Army and his grandfather served in the Marine Corps, Jason naturally felt the call to serve after high school. Prior to serving in the United States Navy, Jason was an active member of his community and served on the Northern Cambria Volunteer Recreation Board. We are thankful both as a community and as a nation for Jason Marie and for all those who are serving in our military. Congratulations on becoming a sailor in the United States Navy, Jason. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Amy Shields of the Allegheny Hardwood Utilization Group, or AHUG, on being named to the Pennsylvania Top 100 in Agriculture list. The hardwood forest products industry represents a major part of Pennsylvania's economy. Pennsylvania's Allegheny Plateau region alone produces 80% of the cherry hardwood supply of the entire world. This is a critical ingredient for producing furniture and home goods for customers at home and abroad. This industry is fortunate to have their interests represented by Amy Shields, who is the current executive director of AHUG and the voice of the timber industry in Pennsylvania. Ms. Shields is a longtime veteran of the timber industry and has been a tireless advocate for business across 14 counties in northern Pennsylvania. Because of her efforts, loggers, sawmills, and hardwood manufacturers can continue to provide the highest quality forest products to the world. Congratulations, Amy, on this great accomplishment. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Pennsylvania 4-H Dairy Judging Team on their top honors at the 100th National 4-H Dairy Cattle Judging Contest at the World Dairy Expo. In October, the Pennsylvania team traveled to Madison, Wisconsin to compete in the Dairy Cattle Judging Contest. The Pennsylvania team was made up of 4 members, with Ellie Curtis of Warren County representing the Pennsylvania 15th Congressional District. Their hard work paid off. Ellie Curtis placed 4th overall with the 8 years. As a team, Pennsylvania was first for overall placing for jerseys. They ranked 2nd in Oral Reasons, Brown Swiss, and Guernseys, 3rd for Ayrshires, and 5th for Holsteins. As a result of their victory, the team is qualified to represent the United States this summer at the International Dairy Judging Contest in Glasgow, Scotland. Congratulations to Ellie and the entire Pennsylvania 4-H Dairy Judging Team. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Indiana County Conservation District on their 75th anniversary celebration. Since 1947, the Indiana County Conservation District, or ICCD, has been protecting the natural resources of Indiana County and working to improve the quality of life for current and future generations. The ICCD and its dedicated employees and volunteers use education, technical assistance, and partnerships with local businesses to work towards a prosperous and sustainable future. Today, the ICCD implements a wide variety of projects dealing with agriculture, land preservation, environmental education, and wildlife management. All these efforts have helped to teach the importance of conservation to residents of all ages in Indiana County. The ICCD formally celebrated their 75th anniversary on October 7th with an open house at their headquarters in Indiana, Pennsylvania. Madam Speaker, please join me in congratulating the Indiana County Conservation District on 75 years of protecting the environment and ensuring that Indiana County continues to be a great place to live. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Wexton, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in honor of Transgender Awareness Week. Each and every day, our trans friends and neighbors fight to make their voices heard, to demand their basic human rights, and to live free from increasing dehumanizing and hateful attacks. This spirit and fight deserves to be celebrated this week and every week. Madam Speaker, we stand with the trans community and join their fight to live openly and authentically without fear of discrimination. We also must not ignore the horrific violence targeting the trans community. Sunday marks Transgender Day of Remembrance as we honor that at least 32 transgender or gender nonconforming Americans who have been killed this year and commit to to doing all in our power to end this bigoted violence. As co-chair of the LGBTQ+ Equality Caucus's Transgender Equality Task Force, I will never stop working to uplift the voices and visibility of trans Americans and shine a light on the injustices this community faces. To my friends in the trans community, I want to let you know that you are seen, you are heard, and you have allies here in Congress. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'm here to talk about reopening the very building in which we stand, the United States Capitol. It's been 2.5 years since Speaker Pelosi closed the People's House and told Americans it was part of our united effort to stop COVID-19. Over the last year, we've seen a sharp decline of hospitalizations and deaths from COVID. In fact, just 2 months ago, President Biden even declared the pandemic was over, yet certain protocols remain from the height of the pandemic. Today, when constituents come to visit my office, they need to be personally escorted around by staff. They have to be a small group. They can't go to the House gallery to watch votes take place. And my staff is only allowed to give a tour once a week. If the Speaker is really trying to prevent the spread of COVID, why is she forcing people to gather in large crowds around security checkpoints? This is the people's house, and yet we continue to deny access to the people, the very people that elected us to serve them, the very people whose taxes fund our operations. Because of these regulations, I've had to turn several of my constituents away. Not only do these regulations make it difficult to welcome every group into my office, but it also affects the function of all House offices. I have multiple visitors a day, and each time they come in, I have to send one of my staffers to find that visitor in a crowd of people, wait in a long security line, and then escort them through the House office buildings. It's inefficient and takes staff away from the valuable work they should be doing on behalf of the people of Arkansas. To top it all off, none of this makes any sense. Why did one of my staffers need to escort someone who's already been cleared by security into the building? And how does this protect against COVID-19? What's so dangerous about allowing visitors the ability to watch their government function? How can we claim to be a transparent government when we prohibit access to their elected officials? It's far past time to truly open up the Capitol to the people and restore its operation to pre-pandemic times. We cannot afford to keep distance between the American people and their elected representatives. These regulations prevent constituents from freely visiting their representatives, hinders productivity in our offices, and none of it makes us any safer. The people are an important part of the legislative process. In fact, they're the reason for it. And Madam Speaker, they should be welcomed here. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Bedegan, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it was an honor to join Speaker Pelosi with the congressional delegation to Egypt to the United Nations Annual Climate Conference, COP27. Our bottom line message to world leaders: America is all in to fight the climate crisis. We stand with our global partners to reduce emissions, go green, and meet our goals under the Paris Climate Agreement. Shipping emissions is one of the largest emitters of greenhouse gases in the world. Congress has acted with the Inflation Reduction Act. Record climate investments are included in the IRA to accelerate our transition to the clean energy future. That includes a $3 billion investment for my bill, the Climate Smart Ports Act, to reduce emission from ports across the country. As someone who represents the Port of Los Angeles, I know firsthand the work we must do to go zero emissions and commit with other countries to reduce shipping emissions through the Green Shipping Challenge. To get there at the speed and scale necessary, it's critical that Congress invest in zero emissions shipping technologies and provide the EPA with the resources to regulate emissions from ships. Working together, we can exceed our 2030 emissions reduction target and take collective action to save our planet. Madam Speaker, I rise today in recognition of National Alzheimer's Disease Awareness Month. During this month, we honor the millions of Americans living with Alzheimer's, including my mom, along with the selfless family members and caregivers. The nearly 6 million people with Alzheimer's are our sisters, our brothers, our parents, our grandparents, and neighbors, and our fellow Americans. This epidemic will only continue to grow. In the next 30 years, the number of Americans with Alzheimer's is expected to reach nearly 14 million. Fortunately, we are at an inflection point in scientific progress where life-changing treatments may become available, but they also need to be affordable, and we need to continue to invest in research. That's why I'm introducing a bill this month to improve access to new innovative Alzheimer's treatments that become available. I will continue to work with CMS to ensure all drugs receive fair and accurate consideration for Medicare coverage. Our fight against this heartbreaking disease is nowhere near done. Madam Speaker, I rise today in recognition of National Family Caregivers Month. Today, more than 1 in 5 Americans provide care to someone with health or functional needs. Caregivers are the backbone of our families and communities. They are coworkers, siblings, parents, grandparents, and neighbors. Their service and sacrifice for our families and country are essential and immeasurable work, but their contributions are often overlooked and undervalued. Caregiving requires time, money, resources, patience, and can take a toll on a caregiver's physical and mental health. As a caregiver for my own mom, I want every family caregiver to know that you are not alone, that we are in this with you. Your efforts do not go unnoticed. You deserve to feel and to be celebrated. We must do more to ensure that you have the support that you need. You have a champion in Congress who will fight for higher wages and better benefits for you, and that we must continue to invest in programs like IHHS and the WPCS so that our elders can stay home and have the dignity to be in their home in their later years and be taken care of. Thank you again to all the caregivers out there for everything you do. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor my dear friend, Staff Sergeant Lewis Smith, affectionately known as Slugger, and also very affectionately known as the mayor of Washington Mills, who recently passed away at the age of 99. Lou was born in Washington Mills, New York in 1922 and graduated from Sequoia Valley Central School in 1940. After the terrible attacks on Pearl Harbor, Lou immediately signed up to fight for our country in the United States Air Force, at the time known as the 13th Army Corps 307th Bombardment Group for the South Pacific. A member of the greatest generation, Lou has honorably served our country in World War II, completing 50 combat missions in the South Pacific with, as I said, the 13th Army Air Corps 307th Bombardment Group. He wrote a wonderful book chronicling his experience in the war, which I highly recommend to everyone who's interested in finding out what it was really like to just be an average member of the Air Force, enlisting and learning and growing and sacrificing. After the war, Lou came home to Washington Mills and married the love of his life, Jane, on May 5th, 1945, after moving to Denver to complete Lou's military service. The couple moved back to Washington Mills, where they would live together for 76 years until Jane's passing in 2021. Upon moving back to Washington Mills, Lou worked as a welder for Utica Structural Steel before taking over his father-in-law's service stations with his 2 sons. Later, Lou would take on positions as a maintenance man for the town of New Hartford Highway and Police Departments. On top of his service as a mechanic, Lou also served our community as one of the founding members of the Willowvale Fire Company, Incorporated, serving since 1950, and as the leader of the Clone Post 1000 American Legion Post. Lou is a wonderful person, was a wonderful person, a dear friend, and a tremendous community servant. I want to thank him and his family for their friendship and for the lifetime of service and commitment to our community by the entire family. He was truly a special gem in our community, like no other person, probably my greatest inspiration other than my own father. Lou was a person of great integrity, great honesty, wonderful sage advice to everyone he met, and also one of the kindest people and one of the most caring, giving people I've met in my life. And I thank him and his family and his wonderful wife, Jane, for all the wonderful times and actually great experiences I had, and their support of our community and all of those people who serve in the fire service, police service, served our nation in uniform. He was truly embodied our greatest generation, and he is sorely missed by our community. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Edward Bradley of Chadwicks, New York, who passed away earlier this week. Edward was a lifelong resident of the Utica area and dedicated his life to serving our community and his family. He worked for several companies in the area, including James Donovan Roofing and Mohawk Containers, where he worked for 40 years. Incidentally, James Donovan was one of our New York State senators from our region. On top of his work, Edward was also a 50-year member of the Willowvale Fire Company, where he served previously as president and vice president. He also served as a member of the United County Fire Police, the state director of the New York State Fire Police Association, and was honored by the Willowvale Fire Company with the very prestigious Iron Man Award. Edward was also a member of the Utica Elks Lodge and was nominated by the United Way of the Mohawk Valley for the 100 Heroes of Mohawk Valley, recognizing his tremendous and honorable dedicated service to our community. Edward, thank you for your lifetime of service, and may your memory continue to be a blessing to all of us and the new generations of people that come before us. We will never forget your commitment to our region, and your family remains in our thoughts and our prayers. Your department is in great hands. They learn from truly the best. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today during National Survivors of Homicide Victims Awareness Month, a time when the pain and grief of loss should be honored with action, to read the words and the plea of a heartbroken mother in Pennsylvania 5 constituent, Molly Collington, who lost her son Sam to gun violence a year ago on November 28, 2021. By all accounts, Sam Collington was a remarkable young man who left an outsized impact on our community. His mother, Molly, shared her story with me earlier this fall when I met with her and her colleagues at Delaware County's Moms Demand Action chapter. I was deeply moved by her advocacy in the face of unimaginable loss and grief, and I'm sharing her words with her permission now. My name is Molly Collington. I'm Sam Collington's broken-hearted mother. Sam was the best son any mother could ever ask for. He was kind, smart, reliable, and without a doubt, one of the funniest people to ever walk the earth. Sam was murdered on November 28, 2021. The day began with Sam loading up his father's car with clean laundry, some leftover turkey, and supplies to carry him through the rest of the semester. He was returning to his apartment at Temple University after the Thanksgiving weekend. He planned to drop the items off at his apartment, then return home to watch HBO with me, sleep in his own bed, and then take the train back to school Monday morning. That did not happen. Because on his street, near his apartment, was a career criminal with an illegal gun, waiting to steal the car of the next person that drove down the street. The next person was my Eagle Scout son, Sam. Sam was shot 4 times and died less than 30 minutes later at Temple Hospital. Sam was so knowledgeable about our country and all its history. He knew every single president and could talk for hours about politics. So it was no surprise when he told his father and I that he wanted to study political science at Temple University after high school. His fervor for politics and government started very young. He proudly served as his high school's president for his junior and senior year. During his time at Temple, he served as the president of the Political Science Society, never missing an opportunity to make every day count. He planned to attend law school and study constitutional law. He was an activist. He campaigned for local politicians and interned at City Hall, where he worked with elections. He was responsible for getting hundreds of people registered to vote on and off campus. He was a poll watcher. He even went on a Bernie journey, where he rode with fellow Temple students on a school bus to North and South Carolina to campaign for his favorite politician, Bernie Sanders. Sam truly believed in the "not me, us" mantra, which is why he was so outspoken in his love of politics and striving for a better world. Sam had a larger-than-life personality. As one of his professors pointed out, it's impossible to be involved in the political science department and not know Sam Collington. He became known on campus as Poli-Sci Sam. To lose a child is the greatest pain any parent can ever experience. Every day, my heart breaks all over again. To lose a child like Sam, knowing that he was destined for something big, is absolutely soul-crushing. How his father, sister, and I are still standing seems impossible to believe. He made us better people just by knowing him. We're destroyed without him, his cheerfulness, his wit, and his intelligence. One of the hardest parts is knowing my son's murder was preventable. Our children should be able to go to school safely. We should not have to worry about making sure they know where the closest exits are at the movie theaters, supermarkets, concerts, and churches. I implore our elected officials to do more to keep guns out of the wrong hands. We must do better. We have to do better. We are failing our children. They say time heals all wounds, but I can tell you without any doubt whatsoever, not this one. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose. Excuse me. Sorry.
Madam Speaker, there is no denying that the crisis at our southern border was caused by President Biden and his administration's open border policies. Since President Biden took office, more than 3.8 million illegal immigrants have been apprehended at our southern border. Meanwhile, the Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection was falling asleep during meetings while this crisis continued on his watch. This is exactly why, around 2 weeks ago, I joined 15 of my fellow House Republicans, led by Congressman Heiss, in calling on CBP Commissioner Magnus to resign. Thankfully, he did, and now our country and its national security are better off. Already, before Republicans even officially take the majority, we are holding the Biden administration accountable. And I promise that come January 3rd, when the new Congress is sworn in, you can expect more accountability where that came from. Madam Speaker, the Congressional Budget Office has confirmed what most Tennesseans already knew. President Biden's plan to give a handout to millions of college-educated Americans will be paid for with even more deficit spending than has been anticipated, around $400 billion in deficit spending to be exact. This is just shocking, and the President thinks it's acceptable and legal to spend this kind of money without congressional approval, but it is neither. We hear $10,000 per borrower thrown around a lot, but CBO says 24 million people would receive $20,000 in debt forgiveness under the plan. That's basically a 2022 Hyundai Elantra or a Kia Soul or a brand new Nissan Sentra. I ask my Democrat colleagues, how are you okay with giving away the equivalent of a new car to 24 million people and asking those without student debt to foot the bill? Asking Tennessee plumbers to foot the bill for Harvard-educated lawyers? Asking America's blue-collar workers to give a subsidy to some of the best educated people and best paid people in this country? This administration must reverse course on this wrong-headed, regressive policy. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the need for us to prohibit the physical restraining of young children as a form of discipline in schools. Shockingly, in the 2017 through 2018 school year, nearly 71,000 elementary school-aged children were physically restrained. Even worse, 80% of the restrained children were kids with disabilities, some younger than 5 years old, even though they only make up 13% of the student population. In Texas, 91% of all reported restraints are experienced by children with disabilities. And regrettably, children who are Latino and Black are at much higher risk of being restrained. Since 2020, nearly 20 fatalities have occurred because of poor restraining techniques and children's bodies simply being too small to endure this form of discipline. This is simply heartbreaking and is totally unacceptable. And it doesn't appear to be slowing down. Just this month, Misha Baker, a mother from the Houston Independent School District, received a letter that her 4-year-old son, 4 years old, in elementary school, it was in elementary school, and it was told that he had been restrained at school. Ms. Baker learned 2 days after the incident that this restraining had been unjustified and that the teacher was on administrative leave. This is a very deeply troubling case. Fortunately, her son was not physically hurt, but think of the scars emotionally that he must endure. This is, again, totally unacceptable. Many times children are hurt, like a 10-year-old student from a charter school in Waco, Texas, who sadly was restrained to the point that he actually had a broken arm in 4 places. A broken arm because he was restrained last month. The child had a learning disability. Madam Speaker, put yourself in the shoes of these families. 1 minute you're hugging your child, saying goodbye, they're off to school. The next, you get a call that your child has been restrained, put in handcuffs or a zip tie as a form of discipline. This is flat wrong, it's inhumane, and it must stop. Madam Speaker, today I'll be introducing my resolution called No Kids in Cuffs Resolution to encourage local and state governments to prohibit this practice. Young children who are restrained are more likely to experience short-term and long-term problems in sleep, learning, relationships, and trust. In fact, being restrained is so traumatic that it can even impede a child's development. Many of them go on to struggle with suicidal thoughts and are forced to live with post-traumatic anxiety. All this on top of the physical pain that they may experience. And while the children clearly must be the first we protect, sometimes teachers, administrators, and officers are also at risk of developing trauma from just simply witnessing a child being restrained to the degree that their little arm is broken in 4 places. It's hard to endure. It's hard to witness. And this trauma must end. Let's make sure no other child must endure what parent must endure what Miss Baker and thousands of other families must go through. Let's begin the conversation of prohibiting the physical restraining of children. Let's put children over restraints. Let's put books over cuffs. That's why I'm introducing today, Madam Speaker, the No Kids in Cuffs resolution, and I ask all my colleagues to help me. We must end this practice. Children should focus on their books and their learning, not on cuffs and trauma. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I come to the floor to honor a member of my team who has devoted the past 18 years to serving the constituents of North Carolina's 10th Congressional District, serving it with integrity and honor, especially for veterans and service members. It's my true honor today to pay tribute to my friend and my lead veterans and military caseworker, Joanna Rao, who is retiring at the end of the year. Joanna has been with me since the beginning of my service here in the House, in the beginning of 2005. And since day one, anyone who encountered Joanna instantly knew her passion for our veterans. We'd have the veterans line up just to go sit down and talk to Joanna and have a conversation with her because of her warm spirit and what a wonderful person she is, and everyone understood that very quickly. And the numbers tell that story about her passion for our veterans. During her service, Joanna has handled just shy of 6,000 veterans cases and 362 active duty military cases. She's helped 106 veterans obtain medals they were due for their service. She played an important role in helping establish the VA community-based outpatient clinic in Hickory and in Forest City, North Carolina, and was a key resource to county veteran service officers in 17 different counties during her service. Susan Hall, the veteran service officer in Rutherford County, said of Joanna's commitment to serving the veterans of our community is exemplary. I will miss her greatly. The congressman, as well as the people of Rutherford County and the great state of North Carolina, have been blessed with the service of Joanna Rao. Joanna, you'll be missed. And you'll be missed by so many, not just the veterans, but your coworkers who love you dearly. And not just your coworkers, but me. And being able to work with you and to call you a friend and to learn from you has meant a great deal to me and to my wife, Julia, as well, and my kids. So we want to thank you for your service. I want to thank you for your loving spirit, the strength of your faith. It seems like just yesterday that you and I and your husband, Freddie, sat down for lunch in the fall of 2003 to talk about politics. And I learned a lot during that first election to Congress from you, Joanna. And I want to say thank you for your service. Thank you for your friendship. We know you won't be a stranger. Thanks so much. We love you. And I yield back, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Omar, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I want to start out by thanking my community for re-electing me to serve Minnesota's 5th Congressional District. Our state continues to have the highest voter turnout in the nation. It's one of the easiest states to vote in and should be a model for states across the country. In my district, we increased our voter share by 10% points from 2020, and we got more votes than any other House candidate in Minnesota. Beyond that, Minnesotans voted to flip the Minnesota Senate, creating a Democratic trifecta for the first time in nearly a decade. We also voted for incredible new leaders throughout our state that have many firsts behind their names. Bobby Joe Champion will be the first Black president of the Minnesota Senate. Zainab Mohammed will be the first African-born Somali woman Gen Z member to be elected to the Minnesota Senate. Along with Zainab, Claire Amu Forbitten and Erin McQuaid will be among the first Black women elected to the Minnesota Senate. Samantha Sensor-Mura will be the first Japanese-American member of the Minnesota House. Lee Fink will be the first trans member of the Minnesota House. And Mary Moriarty will be the first openly gay woman elected to the Hennepin County Attorney, to be the Hennepin County Attorney. Representation matters. We know none of these candidates ran to be firsts. They ran to make a difference for their communities. When I was first elected to the Minnesota House, I was the first and only Somali American legislator. Now there will be 11 Somali American legislators across the country. It is often said, you can't be what you can't see. I'm incredibly proud that we, along with so many others, have been able to inspire countless people to run for office. So now many more people will finally see themselves reflected in various places and positions of power. I also want to take a moment to honor two of my mentors, Representative Jim Daphne and Senator Patricia Torres Ray, who are retiring from the Minnesota State House and Senate. Thank you for representing our communities for so well over the years. I can't wait to see the work you continue to do to make sure our state thrives. As we get ready to welcome in new leaders throughout our state, this is our time to deliver meaningful changes for Minnesotans. Now is the time to deliver affordable childcare, lower healthcare costs, invest in K-12 and higher education, combat the climate crisis, and legalize marijuana. Minnesota NICE is leading with compassion and getting things done. Let's get to work. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to talk about the situation in Burma. It has been my honor this year to be member of the International Parliamentary Inquiry on Myanmar. Our group of lawmakers representing Africa, Asia, Europe, North America released our final report earlier this month, which I will submit as an extension of my remarks. The tragedy of the Burmese military coup is immense, but the resilience of the Burmese people and their movement for democracy is deeply inspiring. The United States must recognize the National Unity Government as the legitimate government of Burma and never give legitimacy to the coup leaders. But we should also be clear that the National Unity Government must include Rohingya representation to be legitimate. The international community has not done nearly enough to support the democratic aspirations of the Burmese people. We must lead by example while we still have time. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, when the Supreme Court voted to overturn Roe versus Wade, I was totally outraged. We knew that that day was coming, and as horrific as it was and is, we were ready. But I was not alone in that outrage. Madam Speaker, over the past few weeks, the American people took their outrage and they turned it into action. From Kentucky to California, red states to blue, our constituents made their voices heard and their message is clear. Americans trust people, not politicians, to make their own decisions about their health and their lives, including about abortions. Americans will use their vote to strike down attacks on reproductive rights time and time again, and yes, support reproductive freedom. Now, Madam Speaker, it's time to turn our constituents' demands into congressional action. And yes, to my Republican colleagues who try to claim their extremism as public opinion, well, we saw that the American people, the majority of American people, are not buying it. I'm determined to ensure that their voices are heard, to fight for all of our rights to make our own decisions over our bodies. And I won't stop, and none of my colleagues here will stop until the right to abortion is available and to keep politicians from interfering in our personal decisions about our bodies. We're going to keep fighting that this is available to everyone, regardless of race, zip code, or income. It's our bodies, and it's our choices. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of House Amendment S. 3902, the Fire Act. And I am proud to support this bill and thank my good friends and fellow Californians, Senator Padilla and Congresswoman Lofgren, for their leadership, and Chairman DeFazio and the Speaker for bringing it to the floor. Communities across the world are feeling the impact of climate change, fueling wildfires and harming fragile ecosystems and communities. And I was privileged to be in Egypt last week for COP27, and it was very apparent and clear, and the voices were heard, that we have got to address these critical issues with regard to the climate crisis now. And I have directly witnessed the devastating effects of wildfires on homes and livelihoods in my community, which is why I'm proud to support this bill and urge my colleagues to vote yes with me. Current wildfires are growing larger and hotter, requiring urgent and robust action from the federal government. The Fire Act allows FEMA to pre-deploy assets during high-risk times, improves relocation assistance for public infrastructure affected by fires, and ensures equity of assistance for tribal communities and governments. I urge my colleagues to support this amended bill, and thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for 5 minutes. Do you want to, or do you want to go? Okay, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Veazey, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Officer Brendan Sy. He was a brave member of the Grand Prairie Police Department, and he died in the line of duty this past week. Officer Sy bravely protected the people of North Texas and the city of Grand Prairie since January of this year, after serving 5 years with the Los Angeles Police Department. The Grand Prairie Police Department described Officer Sy as a loving friend, a trusted colleague, an outstanding officer whose passion provided service to the public. I join the entire North Texas community and all of his brothers and sisters in blue and all of the Metroplex departments in keeping Officer Brendan Sy's family, friends, and all of his colleagues at the city of Grand Prairie in our thoughts and prayers during this time. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
I thank the Speaker very much. I rise this morning to engage in a limited but hopefully important discussion about America's history and to encourage my colleagues for collaboration. It is in reference to H.R. 40, the Commission to Study Slavery and Develop Reparation Proposals. I stand on the perspective of how important it is for us to engage in dialogue. We're hearing across America that Americans are frightened about the discussion of our differences. This land was first held by the indigenous people, Native Americans. Every other group came to America. whether or not you're of European heritage, Hispanic heritage, Asian Pacific, Southeast Asian, or whether you are African heritage. As a descendant of enslaved Africans, we are the only group that came as slaves to this country and held in bondage for over 200 years. Now, you have not seen African Americans refuse their patriotism, refuse to serve. We have served in every war since the Revolutionary War. You've never seen African Americans not shed or refuse to shed blood for the freedom of this country or to wear the uniform. You've not seen us shy away from serving as firefighters and law enforcement, teachers, business persons, social justice leaders such as Dr. King, John Lewis, and yes, Malcolm X. You've not seen us as women, Rosa Parks, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, Coretta Scott King, stand away from the fight. We have embraced freedom, justice, and equality. You did not see us attack this most solid and somber institution, sacred, on January 6, 2021. We were not the masses that were trying to undermine democracy. In fact, in this last election, I stood on the premise of defending democracy, and I take no back seat to my love of this nation. And so I asked my colleagues, why do you in any way doubt the value and importance of H.R. 40? The purpose is to acknowledge the fundamental injustice and inhumanity of slavery in the United States and to establish a commission to study and consider a national apology and proposal for reparations for the institution of slavery. It was based on the premise of racism. There was, in fact, no compensation, no life insurance, no salaries, and slaves were born, they lived and died in slavery, never seeing freedom. They worked from sunup and beyond, and they worked until they fell dead in the fields. They built this nation. They built the United States Capitol. They built the White House. They, in fact, created an economic engine by making cotton king, and they created an economic engine by this transatlantic slave trade. The traders decided to stop trading spices and gold and to use the human beings that they marched for 300 miles to weaken the slaves so they would not have a fight before getting on those ships. Many dropped into the watery grave before they got on. Many died in the dark passage. But yet here we are today. And so this is not a pointing the finger. This is not accusatory. This is, in fact, a reconciliation. I insist that we establish this commission, and we must establish it by a vote or establish it by executive order. Reverend Mark Thompson said, a political activist for social justice, said, if we were granted H.R. 40 by executive order, it would be America once and for all saying black lives actually do matter and this nation must be repaired. It is restoration and repair, but it stands on the basis of facts. There is no doubt that we have been impacted. That DNA in the trajectory of slavery to today. For example, at COVID, black African Americans got COVID at a rate nearly 1.5 times higher than that of white people, or hospitalized at a rate nearly 4 times higher and 3 times likely to die. COVID hit us very desperately. Interestingly, a recent peer-reviewed study from Harvard Medical School suggests that reparations for African Americans could have cut COVID-19 transmission and infection rates both among blacks and the population at large. Reparations are curative. They're not punishment. The analysis continued to look at data throughout the nation. And so as we move in this lame duck session, it is important that we come together for reconciliation, restoration, and provide the commission to study slavery and to develop reparation proposals. I thank my colleagues for their support, and I believe together we make America strong, America free, and America just, and America equal. With that, I yield back my time.
Anyone else? Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our chaplain, Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Today, O God, we lay before you our petitions, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgiving. We request that you bestow upon us the joy of your presence among us, that when we look upon the faces of those who labor in these halls, known and unknown, elected or employed, we may see your image. We pray for the health and welfare of this illustrious body, that as the scenery changes and the actors move on, around, or off the stage, you will uphold each one. Guide them in the roles you have called them to fulfill, and grant them wisdom to discern the way you would have them go. Lord, may our prayers serve as an intercession for those who do not have enough courage or strength to speak their own needs, for those who haven't enough faith to trust what lies ahead, and for those who do not know how to receive the mercy you offer us. Then accept our offerings of thanksgiving to you for the bounty you lay before us, the gift to labor, to serve, and contribute our energies wherever you call us, but especially here in this, our nation's capital. May our words be good and pleasing to you as we pray them in your most holy name. Amen.
Thank you. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House her approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the passage of the Speak Out Act. As the co-chair of the bipartisan task force to end sexual violence, I've seen how perpetrators of workplace sexual assault and harassment hide behind non-disclosure agreements to sweep their heinous conduct under the rug. Let's remember that the vast majority of assault and harassment in the workplace goes unreported, and most perpetrators are never held accountable. It takes tremendous courage for survivors to come forward. I am so proud that under the leadership of Speaker Nancy Pelosi, this House overwhelmingly passed the Speak Out Act yesterday, and we have sent this common sense bipartisan bill to the President's desk. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, requesting unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize November as National Career Development Month. As co-chair of the bipartisan House Career and Technical Education Caucus, I was proud to introduce the National Career Development Month resolution last week with my CTE caucus co-chair and good friend, Congressman Jim Langevin. National Career Development Month raises awareness of future career opportunities and development programs for all individuals. A highly skilled workforce is a business's #1 asset and provides a competitive edge. National Career Development Month also is a time to recognize the professionals who guide learners to become leaders of tomorrow. Throughout the month, schools and businesses will have the chance to showcase different career paths that align with various interests and skills. These opportunities will better prepare students as they begin to enter the workforce. As we continue through National Career Development Month, I'd like to encourage employers, students, and workers of all ages to take advantage of career development, putting them in the driver's seat of their career. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
And for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in honor of Transgender Awareness Week. Trans Americans made history this year by running and winning in more elections than ever before. Breakthrough representations in media have led to historic numbers of transgender and non-binary characters on screen. In many ways, transgender Americans are more visible than ever. And at the same time, the trans community has been forced to withstand severe attacks. From laws that would strip fundamental rights to dehumanizing vitriol deployed by elected officials and public figures. These attacks treat trans people as threats to society rather than neighbors, parents, children, friends, and loved ones. There are more than 2 million people in the United States that identify as transgender or non-binary. Trans Americans exist in all walks of life, all across the country. This Transgender Week, I call on my colleagues to turn awareness into action. And to the trans community, you have allies in Congress. And let it be known that there's been no greater friend of trans people in this country or LGBTQ people than Speaker Nancy Pelosi. And we will not cease to fight, to protect, and advocate for our transgender siblings, not just this week, but all year long.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my
Without
remarks.
objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am grateful to recognize the 2022 Army Congressional Fellow, Master Sergeant John Gardner, for his service to the 2nd District of South Carolina. His year-long service with the office is ending, and John will be missed. Not only has he been an indispensable coordinator and contributor to legislative goals, including the National Defense Authorization Act, but a valued team player. Including a combat tour on the front line of infantry medic in Iraq, John has held many leadership assignments throughout his 20-year decorated career in the Army, including most recently in the Defense Attaché Office of the American Embassy in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. John hails from Houston, Texas, has a master's degree from Colorado State, and holds 2 graduate degrees. His next assignment is in the Pentagon, where John will be a valued participant of Peace Through Strength. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. Godspeed, Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss the urgent need to tackle the affordable housing crisis. The cost of housing is the single biggest challenge facing the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Last week, I hosted an affordable housing conference in Attleboro with my friend and colleague Juana Matias, the HUD Regional Administrator for New England. We spoke with housing officials and developers across the district about the programs and funding available for affordable housing development. I reiterated my commitment to policies from zoning reform to LIHTC expansion to increase production of affordable housing. Expanding affordable housing is a multi-government effort that needs support on the federal, state, and local level. As the next Congress approaches, we must recommit ourselves to making housing more affordable for working families. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Christina Schauer, a veteran and nurse from Dubuque, Iowa, whose courage and dedication to serving others is unmatched. Christina served our country overseas as a combat medic in Iraq. Our veterans face immense challenges when returning home, and unfortunately, our women veterans are often afraid to speak up about their experiences. They may feel invisible or that their service wasn't worthy, and as a result, they may be less likely to seek the care that they have earned. But Christina is working to right this wrong by sharing her own story. She has championed women veteran visibility, empowering her sisters in sacrifice to talk more about their service and seek the health care and the benefits they deserve. So Christina, thank you for your service and for your commitment to empower women veterans. You are an inspiration to all of us. So I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and acknowledge Ms. Denver.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of my friend Karen Sutton, who recently passed away after a long, hard fight with cancer. Karen spent much of her life in Springfield and was a valued member of our community, always volunteering and attending events all the way up to a few weeks before she passed. After a long and successful career in data processing, Karen retired from the Illinois Department of Health in 2002. Karen spent much of her time in the bowling alley, playing in multiple leagues and eventually becoming the league secretary. Karen also enjoyed traveling to national Mustang shows where she won many awards. These shows, put on by the Mustang Club of America, allowed Karen to connect with a community of drivers from all over the nation whom she greatly valued. She was also praised for her hard work in helping the judging secretaries during these fun yet competitive events. I'm grateful to have known Karen and her husband Carol for many years, and I'm thankful for all of her work to make our community a better place to live. Karen is survived by her husband Carol, daughter Julie, and son Brent. My condolences to the entire Sutton family during this difficult time. Karen, may you rest in peace. Yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the 100-year anniversary of the Mississippi Farm Bureau Federation. Mississippi Farm Bureau is the largest agricultural organization in the state and represents the social and economic interests of farmers, ranchers, and rural communities. Its statewide grassroots structure allows it to be an effective organization representing and promoting 17 commodities in Mississippi. The organization is a valuable resource on issues of importance to our farm families, and it works with federal and state lawmakers to advocate for these priorities. I look forward to continuing to work with Mississippi Farm Bureau on important agriculture issues in the future. May God bless our farmers, and may God continue to bless Mississippi Farm Bureau. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seeking unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise the state remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I watch my home state of California go down in flames, literally, as we watch how we're running out of electricity, we're running out of water, our store shelves are having less and less food varieties available, our farmers being pushed out of business, our farm workers being pushed out of business. As we see all these things happen with mandates coming down the pike, requiring more and more electricity has to be renewable. What is the answer in California? Let's tear down some hydroelectric dams in my district and Mr. Bentz's district. Let's tear them down. We're going to lose green power. We'll do it over the objections of the people that live there and have objected by over 70% to the removal of these dams, all for an unproven environmental benefit. So enjoy that even less electricity, enjoy even less food grown in my district and Mr. Bentz's district, enjoy even more of the crisis that is facing us in rural California, rural America, and on our store shelves and in our electrical wires, due to even more unfounded environmental rules being forced upon us to tear out perfectly good hydroelectric dams. Thanks one hell of a lot.
For what purpose does the gentleman from gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize Randy Whittington, Gary Foster, Angela Rogers, and Joey Haney of the Retail Solutions Group in Wilkesboro, North Carolina. I was proud to join them recently at a ribbon-cutting ceremony for their 4th and largest warehouse. In the last few years, Retail Solutions Group has grown from fewer than 8 employees to now over 200. This is a magnificent accomplishment. Madam Speaker, North Carolina remains a hub for entrepreneurship and innovation, thanks to people such as Randy, Gary, Angela, and Joey. Congratulations to Retail Solutions Group on this new and exciting chapter. I look forward to hearing more about the strides you will make in the days and months ahead. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as we here in the House and our country come near the close of 2022, the United States has gone through the worst year on our record for illegal border crossings. Meanwhile, we have a Homeland Security Secretary that tells us regularly that the border is secure. Just this last month, over 230,000 illegals have crossed that we know of. Along with this, gasoline prices are over $4 a gallon again, and the cost of Thanksgiving for most families will be over 20% what it was last year. This has been a troubling year. America needs a new course. This House needs a new course, a new direction, and new priorities that strengthen America and Americans. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we gather here, we stand on sacred ground, the chamber of the United States House of Representatives, the heart of American democracy. I will never forget the first time I saw the Capitol. It was on a cold January day when I was 6 years old. My father, Thomas D'Alessandro Jr., was about to be sworn in for his 5th term in Congress, representing our beloved hometown of Baltimore. I was riding the car with my brothers, and they were thrilled and jumping up and down and saying to me, Nancy, look, there's the Capitol. And every time I'd say, I don't see any Capitol. Is it a capital A, a capital B, or a capital C? And finally, I saw it. A stunning white building with a magnificent dome. I believed then, as I believe today, this is the most beautiful building in the world because of what it represents. The Capitol is a temple of our democracy, of our Constitution, of our highest ideals. On that day, I stood with my father on this floor as he took a sacred oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. All of us who have served in this House have taken the hallowed oath of office, and it is the oath that stitches us together in a long and storied heritage. Colleagues who served before us are all our colleagues. Colleagues like Abraham Lincoln, Daniel Webster, Shirley Chisholm, Patsy Mink, and our beloved John Lewis. Personally, it binds me as a colleague to my father, a proud New Deal congressman and one of the earliest Italian Americans to serve in the Congress. And this is an oath we are duty-bound to keep, and it links us with the highest aspirations of the ages. In this room, our colleagues across history have abolished slavery, granted women the right to vote, established Social Security and Medicare, offered a hand to the weak, care to the sick, education to the young, and hope to the many. Indeed, it is here under the gaze of our patriarch, George Washington, in the People's House, that we have done the people's work. My colleagues, I stand before you as Speaker of the House, as a wife, a mother, a grandmother, a devout Catholic, a proud Democrat, and a patriotic American, a citizen of the greatest republic in the history of the world. Which President Lincoln called the last best hope on earth. Indeed, in the words attributed to another of our colleagues, the legendary Daniel Webster, he said, "Hold on, my friends, to the Constitution of your country and the government established under it. Miracles do not cluster. That which has happened but once in 6,000 years cannot be expected to happen often." Indeed, American democracy is majestic, but it is fragile. Many of us here have witnessed its fragility firsthand, tragically, in this chamber. And so democracy must be forever defended from forces that wish it harm. Last week, the American people spoke, and their voices were raised in defense of liberty, of the rule of law, and of democracy itself. With these elections, the people stood in the breach and repelled the assault on democracy. They resoundingly rejected violence and insurrection, and in doing so, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. And now we owe to the American people our very best to deliver on their faith, to forever reach for the more perfect union, the glorious horizon that our founders promised. The questions before this Congress and in this moment are urgent. Questions about the ideals that this House is charged by the Constitution to preserve and protect. Establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Our posterity, our children. Babies born today will live into the next century, and our decisions will determine their future for generations to come. While we will have our disagreements on policy, we must remain fully committed to our shared fundamental mission, to hold strong to our most treasured democratic ideals, to cherish the spark of divinity in each and every one of us, and to always put our country first. In their infinite wisdom, our founders gave us their guidance, e pluribus unum, from many one. They could not have imagined how large our country would become or how different we would be from one another. But they knew we had to be united as one. We the people, one country, one destiny. It has been with great pride in my 35 years in the House I have seen this body grow more reflective of our great nation, our beautiful nation. When I came to the Congress in 1987, there were 12 Democratic women. Now there are over 90, and we want more. The new members of our Democratic caucus will be about 75% women, people of color, and LGBTQ. And we have brought more voices to the decision-making table. When I entered leadership In 2002, there were 8 of us. Today, there are 17 members of the leadership. When I first came to the floor at 6 years old, never would I have thought that someday I would go from homemaker to House Speaker. In fact, I never... In fact, I never intended to run for public office. Mommy and Daddy taught us through their example that public service is a noble calling and that we all have a responsibility to help others. In our family, my brother Tommy then became mayor of Baltimore also. But it's been my privilege to play a part in forging extraordinary progress for the American people. I have enjoyed working with 3 presidents, achieving historic investments in clean energy with President George Bush. Transformative health care reform with President Barack Obama. And forging the future, from infrastructure to healthcare to climate action with President Joe Biden. Now we must move boldly into the future, grounded by the principles that have propelled us this far and open to fresh possibilities for the future. Scripture teaches us that for everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under heaven. My friends, no matter what title you all, my colleagues, have bestowed upon me, speaker, leader, whip, there is no greater official honor for me than to stand on this floor and to speak for the people of San Francisco. This I will continue to do as a member of the House, speaking for the people of San Francisco, serving the great state of California, and defending our Constitution. And with great confidence in our caucus, I will not seek re-election to Democratic leadership in the next Congress. For me, the hour's come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect. And I'm grateful that so many are ready and willing to shoulder this awesome responsibility. Madam Speaker, standing here today, I'm endlessly grateful for all of life's blessings. For my Democratic colleagues whose courage and commitment with the support of your families have made many of these accomplishments possible. In fact, could not have been done without you. For my dear husband, Paul, who has been my beloved partner in life and my pillar of support, thank you. We're all grateful for all the prayers and well wishes as he continues his recovery. Thank you so much. For our darling children, Nancy, Corinne, Christine, Jacqueline, Paul, and Alexandra, and our grandchildren, Alexander and Madeline, Liam, Sean, and Ryan, Paul and Thomas, Bella and Octavio, they are the joys of our lives for whom and we are so very, very proud of them and a comfort to us at this time. And for my brilliant, dedicated, and patriotic staff, under the leadership of Terry McCullough, working together, the finest group of public servants the House has ever known. Thank you all so much. And again, for those who sent me here, for the people of San Francisco, for entrusting me with the high honor of being their voice in Congress. In this continued work, I will strive to honor the call of the patron saint of our city, St. Francis. Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace. In this house, we begin each day with a prayer and a pledge to the flag. And every day, I am in awe of the majestic miracle that is American democracy. As we participate in a hallmark of our republic, the peaceful, orderly transition from one Congress to the next, let us consider the words of, again, President Lincoln, spoken during one of America's darkest hours. He called upon us to come together, to swell the chorus of the Union, when once again touched, as surely they will be, by the better angels of our nature. That again is the task at hand. A new day is dawning on the horizon, and I look forward, always forward, to the unfolding story of our nation, a story of light and love, of patriotism and progress, of many becoming one, and always an unfinished mission to make the dreams of today the reality of tomorrow. Thank you all. May God bless you and your families, and may God continue to bless our veterans and the United States of America. Thank you all so much.
I'm being told by the speakers. What's the...
Might as well stop that. No one can hear that.
The House will be in order. 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 Members can take their conversations off the floor. The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. The House will be in order. Members are asked to take their conversations off the floor. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-3095 as amended. 3092 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3092, an act to amend the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act to improve the provision of certain disaster assistance and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamalfa, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on S-3092 as amended.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
I rise in support of S-3092, the Fire Act. This legislation, led by Representative Lofgren in the House and Senator Padilla in the Senate, is designed to ensure FEMA's preparedness and response efforts address the unique nature of wildfires. The bulk of FEMA's programs are designed to serve the victims of disasters caused by floods and hurricanes. However, climate change has made this threat of wildfire in communities grow each year. FEMA must serve all disaster survivors equally and adapt their programs to meet the challenges of wildfires. This legislation encourages FEMA to pre-deploy assets during times of high risk of fire, evaluate public assistance eligibility post-fire, address equity and of assistance for tribal communities, and require trainings for crisis counselors and caseworkers to ensure that they are equipped to meet the needs of economically disadvantaged survivors. I support this effort and ask my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. S-3092, the Fire Act, makes changes to increase congressional oversight and garner further insight into FEMA's process for wildfire disasters and enacts reforms related to disaster assistance. Specifically, this bill directs FEMA to report to Congress on cost-effective housing solutions and challenges or inconsistencies in the application or assistance in the wake of wildfires. The Fire Act also takes the first steps to improve the use of forecasts and weather alerts, such as red flag warnings, within the disaster declaration process, so FEMA can better be prepared earlier to provide wildfire assistance. Lastly, this bill engages the GAO to investigate gaps in FEMA's current wildfire policies and recommend ways to streamline the distribution of assistance to our constituents and the state and local governments facing these fires head on. I'm glad to be able to work with Senator Padilla and my colleague Zoe Lofgren on this, as California has suffered so much, as the West has the West, with wildfire, including a 1 million-acre fire in my own district last year, and repeated wildfire that has affected so many and displaced so many. So I also want to say that working with FEMA has worked well, but we do need to continue to improve the process, as FEMA has primarily, up until the advent of such large fires, dealt mostly with hurricanes and floods of that nature. So we've all had to adapt until we can actually get better forest management and other tools that will help us prevent fire. And so engaging FEMA, we appreciate them, and we just want to work to have an even better process. So I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I wish to yield 4 minutes to the illustrious representative from California, Representative Lofgren, the author of this outstanding piece of legislation.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's no secret that our country is facing increasingly devastating disasters, including wildfires. In my own home district, the SCU Lightning Complex fires of 2020 burned nearly 400,000 acres over 46 days across 5 counties, destroying more than 2,000 structures and damaging others. That was the 4th largest wildfire in recorded California modern history. Now, as chair of the California Democratic Congressional Delegation, I hear about fires like this almost year-round from my colleagues, but it's not just a Western United States problem. Fire risk areas are growing exponentially to threaten new districts and new states every year. And fires don't rage only in Democratic districts. This calamity knows no political divide. As wildfires continue to worsen, our government has not acted with enough urgency. It's clear that Congress needs to pass legislation to better prevent and respond to wildfires. Last month, I joined state and local officials to specifically discuss this policy and the operational gaps, and the systems that we have in place obviously don't work as well as they should. FEMA's current statutory authorities and operational practices limit our ability to prepare for and recover from wildfires, and that's why all the California firefighters, chiefs, and leaders I met with support the FEMA Improvement, Reform, and Efficiency, or FIRE Act. We know that wildfires present a unique and increasing danger, and we also know that policies written with hurricanes, floods, and tornadoes in mind don't always translate well. The FIRE Act would direct FEMA to create a process that uses red flag warnings we're all too familiar with to take pre-disaster measures and pre-deploy resources, to take disaster-specific damages into account during recovery and the like. It's common sense legislation. I encourage my colleagues to support it. I would like also to thank the co-leads on this bill, Congressman Thompson, Huffman, and Panetta, for recognizing the importance of this legislation and for their hard work, as well as Senator Padilla for his leadership in the Senate on this bill. I'd like to thank Speaker Pelosi and Majority Leader Hoyer for their efforts to bringing this to the floor, and I'd also like to recognize Ranking Member Graves and, of course, Congressman LaMalfa for working with us on reaching agreement on something that I think will be able to pass the Senate. This is a good bill. It will improve our response, and I hope we get overwhelming support here today. And I thank you, Madam Speaker, and yield the balance of my time back.
Gentleman from Louisiana reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserved. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
No more speakers, Madam Chair. We prepare to close.
Gentleman from Louisiana reserved. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I am prepared to close.
Gentleman from California is recognized for such time as he may consume.
So, in closing, the FIRE Act does increase oversight related to wildfire assistance and requires FEMA to report information to Congress so we could continue working in Transportation Committee, on the floor, and across the aisle to improve and streamline the disaster assistance process. Again, we appreciate FEMA's efforts on all disasters around the country. We're just looking for a way to streamline and become even more efficient with that. So, Madam Speaker, I urge support. I appreciate my colleagues, Lofgren, my colleague from Louisiana, and Senator Padilla for the effort here today and building up to this. So I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. All time is ready to hear the gentleman from Louisiana, and the gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Madam Speaker, in closing, it is time that communities impacted by wildfires receive the same quality of assistance as communities impacted by hurricanes and floods. S 3092 addresses the threat of fire head-on and will make communities safer. I urge my colleagues to support this good legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. All time has been returned. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3092 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8416 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8416, a bill to improve individual assistance provided by the Federal Emergency Management Agency and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamoffel, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana for such time as he may consume.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 8416 as amended. Without objection, so ordered. Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 8416. This legislation, introduced by Subcommittee Chair Dina Titus, significantly improves disaster assistance programs for individuals and families. It is untenable that climate change has transformed the nature and severity of natural disasters in the United States. This has caused real and devastating impacts for those that find themselves living in the path of these disasters. Their lives may be upended by the loss of savings, homes, loved ones, and peace of mind. Survivors turn to their government, especially to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, for support after they may have been in the worst days of their lives. We know this firsthand experience here in my home state of Louisiana. In Congress, we must do everything in our power to ensure that federal government offers a hand of support that is fair, capable, and compassionate. This package includes several key provisions to improve disaster assistance programs and survivor outcomes. First, this package will create universal application for direct federal assistance and enable federal agencies to share relevant disaster assistance information with each other. The bureaucracy of the current application and evaluation process can leave survivors so overwhelmed that they give up hope on accessing the aid they are in fact entitled to. I've heard this from my own constituents. It's a travesty. It adds insult to injury. And that's why I support the substantial step forward to cut red tape, streamline survivors' access to assistance, and reduce the time it takes for our communities to recover. Second, this legislation gives FEMA new authorities that significantly expand the agency's ability to make disaster-damaged homes more resilient. It is common sense to encourage mitigation activities in disaster-prone areas. Homes that were impacted once by a disaster are likely to be impacted again. And those hard-hit households may need extra help to rebuild stronger. Third, several amendments are made by the Stafford Act, which enable FEMA to support innovative post-disaster housing solutions. Natural disasters can exacerbate housing crises already existing in communities much like that of which I represent. This bill seeks to help. For example, it authorizes the agency to provide direct repair assistance to homeowners, which may reduce the amount of time survivors spend in temporary shelters or housing before returning home. It also authorizes FEMA to reimburse states that implement their own innovative post-disaster housing solutions. And lastly, this legislation includes a series of reports and studies that may identify existing challenges to the administration's current post-disaster housing programs and propose new solutions. H.R. 8416 is designed to put survivors first and get them back on their feet after disasters faster. Disaster recognizes no boundaries, and we must turn and strengthen and continually improve our disaster preparedness response and recovery systems from sea to shining sea. I'm proud to support this effort, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 8416, the Disaster Survivors Fairness Act, makes a series of changes to FEMA's individuals and households assistance programs. Federal disaster assistance programs will be accessed through a new universal application, but cuts through the bureaucracy and red tape survivors face when seeking disaster assistance. Now, in my own district, we've had so much suffering from wildfire, the Camp Fire that destroyed the town of Paradise and displaced so many, the Dixie Fire last year. We just lost a community called Klamath River, folks up there. Happy Camp, I can name many others, Beckworth, that when the disaster hits you, when it hits a family, they need solutions, and they need them soon because they're going to live in a hotel or a motel. They're going to live with friends. They're going to live on someone's couch. They're going to have to leave the state. And so when we can more immediately get them the assistance they need, it's more humane. And it certainly allays a lot of suffering from folks that have already suffered too much already. So with a streamlined application process, we'll update an existing website via that application through disasterassistance.gov, an interagency information sharing system between FEMA and other federal agencies involved in disaster recovery, which will serve the dual purpose of increased coordination and reduce waste, fraud, and abuse. The Disaster Survivors Fairness Act also opens up and clarifies FEMA's authority related to home rebuilding and repairs, allowing common sense solutions that prioritize the survivors' needs in returning home and mitigating for future disasters, as my constituents are dealing with in the town of Greenville in Northern California. We would like to expedite that process and not have red tape slow down their ability to rebuild and come back home. So I urge support, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the congressional record letters from the chairperson of Financial Services Committee and Small Business Committee agreeing to waive consideration of H.R. 8416, as well as Chair DeFazio replies to the chairwoman expressing appreciation for the willingness to work cooperatively on this legislation.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I wish to yield as much time as she may consume the Honorable Representative Dina Titus, the author of this legislation.
Gentlelady from Nevada is recognized for such time as she may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the Disaster Survivors Fairness Act, which I introduced to address housing needs for victims in the aftermath of disasters. In June, my subcommittee held an informal roundtable with stakeholders to identify post-disaster housing needs when it comes to emergency management and what the government can do to be helpful. It's no surprise that climate change and the related severe weather events are changing the emergency management landscape. Today's disasters cause more damage, they have greater impacts on communities, they are more expensive, and they require more time to recover. This legislation will cut red tape by providing states more flexibility to pursue the most appropriate post-disaster housing solutions for themselves, for their locations, for their geography, for their demography. It will deliver valuable resources to those in need by expanding eligibility for hazard mitigation assistance. It will provide oversight to ensure assistance is not being prioritized for wealthy homeowners, that everyone will benefit from the program. And it will save taxpayer dollars by reducing the need for long-term sheltering that can cost FEMA upwards of $300,000 per unit. We all remember the pictures of the trailers after Katrina. So I believe that this is common sense legislation. It's broadly supported, and I would ask my colleagues to vote for it. And I thank the chair for yielding, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the lead Republican sponsor of this bill, my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman from California for yielding. Madam Speaker, I want to first thank my friend from Nevada for working with us on this legislation. This is important. I want to thank my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, as well as Congresswoman Gonzalez-Colon from Puerto Rico. These are all folks, Madam Speaker, that have been through the aftermath of disasters. And of course, the lead sponsor that we're working on this legislation with is the chair of the disaster subcommittee. Just to explain what happens here, in the aftermath of a disaster, and as the gentleman from California noted, this could be a forest fire, it could be a flood, it could be a hurricane, earthquake, or other types of disasters. You have an alphabet soup of agencies that come in and offer assistance. It could be FEMA, could be Small Business Administration, could be Department of Agriculture, could be the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or others. Madam Speaker, the last thing in the world the victim of a disaster needs is to be re-victimized by their own government bureaucracy. Whether your home was destroyed in a forest fire, it was blown away in a flood, it was destroyed in a hurricane, you need help. You don't need bureaucracy. Yet, each agency has its own process. This bill brings common sense to that. It relieves the stress of being a disaster victim, and then it provides a universal application. You do it one time, the data is shared, you don't have to come in and fill out the same information over and over and over again. I wish somebody could do this at a doctor's office. Just make a note. Madam Speaker, this bill goes beyond there, though. It also ensures that as taxpayers, we're not coming in and spending money over and over and over again on the same homes. It changes the threshold for assistance to come in and offer hazard mitigation assistance for these homes to make them more resilient, to address vulnerabilities. It ensures that if someone floods or is a repetitive flood, we don't allow it to continue happening. We bring solutions to the table. I'm embarrassed to admit this, but in the district that I represent, there was a home that got flood insurance claims 42 times. 42 times. As ridiculous as it is as a taxpayer to see that happen, can you imagine the homeowner having to go through this over and over and over again? Thankfully, we've solved that problem in that case, but this bill prevents further similar problems from occurring. And lastly, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Louisiana for working with us on Section 12 in this legislation. This clarifies something that we did in the Disaster Response Reform Act of 2018 that ensures if you have a local entity like a sheriff's office or others that brings a housing solution to the table that is at least 50% or less the cost of what a similar solution would cost the federal government, they can get reimbursed for that. Said another way, Madam Speaker, this saves the federal government 50% of the money or more of housing solutions whenever a local agency like a sheriff's office or others bring solutions to the table for their own victims. As my friend from Nevada has said, in some cases we have seen where FEMA is spending $250,000 per trailer. $250,000. We've seen local entities come in and bring solutions to the table for $32,000, turning around, selling the trailers back, and recouping everything but $7,000. This is about taxpayers. It's about efficiency. It's about better solutions, more resilient communities. I urge adoption of this amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman continues to reserve. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleagues. When a natural disaster strikes across the country, regardless of be it a hurricane or a wildfire, earthquake, American families are displaced, and it's very important that we do our best to streamline whatever assistance has been deemed appropriate in the wake of that disaster. So when we see a bill that streamlines the disaster recovery process for FEMA, that provides for a universal application for federal disaster assistance for individuals residing in the areas hit by a natural disaster, so that universal application can be used by multiple agencies. It's all beneficial. When you see a bill that streamlines the ability to provide direct assistance to individual and households, thereby eliminating some bureaucratic obstacles, and a bill that provides more flexibility to states, I strongly encourage the support of language like that in a legislative endeavor. So whereas we may not agree with 100% of the language that's in a bill, it's our duty to measure the overall benefit for the citizens that we serve, and I rise in support. Thank you, colleague. Madam Chair, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Continue to yield.
Gentleman continues to reserve. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is prepared to close. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. So whether you have, as a victim, endured wildfire, flood, hurricane, earthquake, or any other calamity, and the different forms of government are there to assist in earnest, in good faith, let's get them an easier process to do so. One-stop shopping is much preferable to folks that have suffered disaster. They're displaced, their families are spread out, they're struggling. And so via this legislation, I appreciate my colleague from Nevada pushing this forward and recognizing that as, as we've struggled in my own district again with the Camp Fire and the Dixie Fire and the so much devastation there. 2 entire towns disappeared with Paradise and Greenville, another small town, Canyon Dam. These folks are displaced. They're looking for answers. So with the programmatic changes that are available in H.R. 8416, it will indeed streamline the application process via disasters through the several federal agencies to help them navigate what we're calling today the alphabet soup of agencies and get a faster recovery. That's what we all want. So, Madam Speaker, I urge support for this bill. I appreciate the effort my colleagues and everybody has been able to bring forward. Now yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, in closing, this legislation includes a series of reforms that will streamline federal assistance and benefit survivors like they've never been benefited before. It is our duty to make disaster assistance fair and accessible to each and every survivor. I urge my colleagues to support this good bipartisan legislation, and I applaud my colleagues for joining us in working in unison to do what's best for the American people. I completely support this incredible legislation and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Louisiana yields back the balance of his time, all time being yielded back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8416 as amended, 8416 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Gentleman from Montana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the ordering of the yeas and nays on the motion of the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-533 be vacated to the end of the motion be considered as withdrawn.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 2 of House Resolution 1464, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4275, H.R. 5502, H.R. 5721, H.R. 6290, H.R. 7277, H.R. 7299, H.R. 8416.
The clerk will report the titles.
Union Calendar Number 396, H.R. 4275, a bill to provide for certain reports on enrollment in the Lifeline program and for other purposes. H.R. 5502, a bill to require online marketplaces to verify certain information regarding high-volume third-party sellers of consumer products on such online marketplaces and to disclose to consumers certain contact and other information regarding such high-volume third-party sellers. H.R. 5721, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to improve research conducted within the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes. H.R. 6290, a bill to provide for the establishment of a section of the website of the Department of Commerce that shall serve as the primary hub for information relating to federal manufacturing programs and for other purposes. H.R. 7277, a bill to improve the methods by which the Secretary of Veterans Affairs identifies health care providers that are not eligible to participate in the Veterans Community Care Program. H.R. 7299, a bill to require the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to obtain an independent cybersecurity assessment of information systems of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes. H.R. 8416, a bill to improve individual assistance provided by the Federal Emergency Management Agency and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Section 2 of House Resolution 1464, the ordering of the yeas and nays on postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn. The question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from Louisiana. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. What purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the en bloc motion to suspend the rules will be followed by 5-minute votes on motions to suspend the rules and pass. Senate 3369, Senate 4359, H.R. 2250, and H.R. 3630. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the measure. Madam Speaker, my apologies.
Thank you so very much. The gentleman from Florida. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote no on the en bloc. As the member designated by Mr. Michael Waltz of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote yes on the en bloc. As the member designated by Ms. Connie Conway of California pursuant to the House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on the en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Ms. McBath of Georgia, I inform the House that Ms. McBath will vote yes on the motion.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush, Mr. McEachin, Mr. Kind, and Mr. Lowenthal, inform the House that these four members will vote yes on the motion.
Does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Maureen Newman, Mike Thompson, Grace Napolitano, and Henry Cuellar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion.
Gentleman from New Jersey rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Bill Pascrell, and Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion.
Does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on suspensions on block.
What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Courtney of Connecticut's 2nd Congressional District, I inform the House that Mr. Courtney will vote yes on the motion.
For what purposes, gentleman from Alabama rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on the en bloc.
Purposes, gentleman from Colorado rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Ms. Stevens, and Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that those three members will vote yes on the motion.
What purposes, gentleman from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote yes on the motion.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long and Mr. Long of Missouri, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, inform the House that Mr. Long and Mr. Desjardins will vote yea on suspensions in block. And as the member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, inform the House that Mr. Green will vote nay on the suspensions in block. Thank you.
From Rhode Island, seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Ms. Bass of California, Mr. Larson of Connecticut, Mr. Higgins of New York, and Mr. Maloney of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Hampshire rise?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on the motion.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Mississippi rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Adderholt from the great state of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote yea on the current suspension in block.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson and Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the motion.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. William Timmons, South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yea on suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang of New York and Mr. Morelli of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the motion.
Purposes does the gentleman from Florida rise? For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo from the great state of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on the suspension, the en bloc suspension. Thank you.
On this vote, the yeas are 381 and the nays are 39. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bills are passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is to vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, Mr. Tejano, to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 3369. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3369.
And on which yeas and nays are...
An act to designate the Medical Center of the Department of Veterans Affairs in metropolitan Atlanta, Georgia, as a Joseph Maxwell Cleland Atlanta Department of Veterans Affairs Medical Center.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Purposes of the gentleman from Tennessee rise. For what purposes the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote yea on S3369. Thank you.
What purposes the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Larson of Connecticut, Mr. Maloney of New York, Mr. Higgins of New York, Ms. Bass of California, and Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3369.
For what purposes the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the measure.
What purposes the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Khanna, Ms. Stevens, and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that those three members will vote yes on S3369.
What purposes the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on S3369.
What purposes the gentlewoman from New York rise? Is that North Carolina?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang of New York and Mr. Morelli of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3369.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. William Timmons, South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yea on S3369.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that these members all will vote yea on S3369. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Courtney of Connecticut's 2nd Congressional District, I inform the House Mr. Courtney will vote yes on S3369.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote no on S3369. As the member designated by Representative Michael Waltz of the state of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote yes on S3369. As a member designated by Ms. Connie Conway of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on S3369.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rush, Mr. Kine, Mr. Lowenthal, and Mr. McEachin, I inform the House that these 4 members will vote yes on S3369.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of the great state of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on S3369.
The gentlewoman from Illinois rise.
As a member designated by Ms. McBath of Georgia, Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3369.
What purpose the gentleman from Mississippi rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Adderholt from the great state of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote yea on S3369.
What purpose the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Marie Newman, Mike Thompson, Grace Napolitano, and Henry Cuellar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3369.
What purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on S3369.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on S3369.
Does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson and Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S3369.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Bill Pascrell, and Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3369.
On this vote, the yeas are 354, the nays are 62, 2 recorded as present, 2/3 being in the Is this? All members voted. On this vote, the yeas are 356, the nays are 62, present, recorded as present, 2. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on. Members, this is a continuing vote. Have you voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? On this vote, the yeas are 359, the nays are 62, 2 recorded as present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, Mr. Takana, who's to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 4359, on which the yeas and nays are ordered, The clerk will report the title.
Senate 4359, an act to designate the regional office of the Department of Veterans Affairs in metropolitan Atlanta as the Senator Johnny Isaacson Department of Veterans Affairs, Atlanta Regional Office, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote yea on S4359. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Marie Newman, Mike Thompson, Grace Napolitano, and Henry Cuellar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4359.
What purpose does the gentlelady from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. William Timmons of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yea on S4359.
What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Lucy McBath of Georgia and Ms. Val Demings of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4359.
What purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Adderholt from the great state of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote yea on S4359.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Higgins of New York, Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Maloney of New York, Mr. Larson of Connecticut, Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4359.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on S4359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kind, Mr. McEachin, Mr. Lowenthal, and Mr. Rush, I inform the House these four members will vote yes on S4359.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mark Green of Tennessee, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that these members all will vote yea on S4359. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on S4359.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote aye on the measure.
What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Khanna, Ms. Porter, Mr. Khanna, Ms. Porter, and Ms. Stevens, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on S4359.
What purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yes on S4359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Tom Rice of South Carolina, Michael Watts of Florida, and Connie Conway of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that all three will vote yes on S 4359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Mr. Albio Ceres, Mr. Bill Pascrell, and Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of the great state of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on S 4359.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Morelli of New York and Ms. Mang of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4359.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Lawson and Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 4359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joe Courtney of Connecticut's 2nd Congressional District, I inform the House that Mr. Courtney will vote yes on S 4359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairman Richie Neal, I inform the House that he will vote yes on S 4359.
This vote, the yeas are 418, the nays are 2, with 2 being recorded as present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bills pass, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2250 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 2250, a bill to amend Title 38, United States Code, to improve the management of information technology projects and investments of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise? Gentleman from Virginia.
As the member designated by Mr. Neal, Mr. Kind, Mr. McEachin, Mr. Rush, and Mr. Lowenthal, I inform the House that these 5 members will vote yes on H.R. 2250.
What purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Adderholt from the great state of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote yea on H.R. 2250.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Bass of California, Mr. Larson of Connecticut, Mr. Maloney of New York, Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Higgins of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2250, and I will join them in that vote.
What purpose does the gentlelady from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. William Timmons of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yea on H.R. 2250.
What purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang of New York and Mr. Morelli of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2250.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on H.R. 2250.
What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Khanna, Ms. Stevens, and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these 3 members will vote yes on H.R. 2250.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on the measure.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on H.R. 2250.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Mark Green of Tennessee, Mr. Long of Missouri, and Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, I inform the House that these members all will vote yea on H.R. 2250. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Marie Newman, Mike Thompson, Grace Napolitano, and Henry Cuellar, I inform this House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2250.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise? Or Alabama, excuse me.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yes on H.R. 2250.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina, Michael Watts of Florida, and Connie Conway of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that they will all vote yes on H.R. 2250.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Bill Pascrell, and Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2250.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson and Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 2250.
This is the gentleman from Colorado Rise.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Courtney of Connecticut's 2nd Congressional District, I inform the House that Mr. Courtney will vote yes on H.R. 2250.
Seconds remain. For what purpose is the gentleman from Florida rise? Or not? Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of the great state of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on H.R. 2250. Thank you.
For what purpose is the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Ms. McBath of Georgia, Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2250.
Let's vote. The yeas are 414, the nays are 2, with 1 recorded as present Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bills pass, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3630 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3630, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to provide for coverage of certain lymphedema compression treatment items under the Medicare program.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this is a 5-minute vote. What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Higgins of New York, Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Maloney of New York, Mr. Larson of Connecticut, Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3630.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mark Green of Tennessee, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. Long of Missouri, inform the House that all members will vote yea on H.R. 3630. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Marie Newman, Mike Thompson, Grace Napolitano, and Henry Cuellar, inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3630.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. William Timmons of South Carolina, I inform the House he will vote yea on H.R. 3630.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise? Gentlelady from Illinois.
As a member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida and Ms. McBath of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3630.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yes on H.R. 3630.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on H.R. 3630.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Meng and Mr. Morelli, both of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3630.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin, Mr. Kind, Mr. Rush, Mr. Lowenthal, and Chairman Richie Neal, I inform the House that these 5 members will vote yes on H.R. 3630.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, it is always so good to see somebody from Colorado in that chair. As the member designated by Mr. Joe Courtney of Connecticut's 2nd Congressional District, I inform the House that Joe Courtney will vote yes on H.R. 3630.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, Michael Waltz of Florida, and Ms. Connie Conway of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that all 3 will vote yes on H.R. 3630.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on H.R. 3630.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi rise?
Madam Speaker, as the designee of Mr. Robert Adderholt from the great state of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote yea on H.R. 3630.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo from the great state of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on H.R. 3630.
So the gentlelady from Florida rise.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida and Mr. Lawson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 3630.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Bill Pascrell, and Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3630.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Stevens, Ms. Porter, and Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 3630.
On this vote, the yeas are 402, the nays are 13. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. I write today to request to be removed from the House Education and Labor Committee. It has been an honor to serve on the Education and Labor Committee and to work on issues of vital importance to Floridians. I appreciate your consideration of this request. Signed sincerely, Sheila Shifless McCormick, Member of Congress.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. This is to notify you formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, the Committee on Ethics has been served with a third-party subpoena to produce documents in the Superior Court of the District of Columbia. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, the committee has determined that only partial compliance with the subpoena is consistent with the privileges and rights of the House. Signed sincerely, Susan Wild, Acting Chairwoman. Michael Guest, Acting Ranking Member.
The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does a gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to strongly urge the Hackensack City Council to reconsider their decision to turn down a nearly $2.4 million federal grant to hire new firefighters, which the Hackensack Fire Department and I worked very hard to claw back from Washington to Jersey. This grant will hire new firefighters to better protect our first responders, families, and help lower property taxes by taking the financial burden off of Hackensack taxpayers. This week, I stood with the Hackensack Fire Department, the Professional Firefighters Association of New Jersey, Hackensack IAFF, Locals 2081 and 3172, and Bergen County Executive and Firefighter Jim Tedesco to call on the Hackensack City Council to accept this federal grant. We know that firefighters will be retiring in the coming years, and the Public Safety Report calls for the city to hire new firefighters. Yet the City Council plans to reject the grant and resubmit it for fewer firefighters. I will do everything I can to support any revised grant application, but this is a very risky decision. It can result in no fewer firefighters being hired with federal investment, and that puts people's lives in danger. We must always look out for our families and get the backs of those who protect us. Thank you, and I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of one of my constituents, Ashley Reese, who has been awarded the American Fork High School Visual Arts Sterling Scholarship Award. The Sterling Scholarship Award recognizes the talent of students gifted in the arts of science, in the arts and science in my home state of Utah. This is an impressive award, and I can only think of a few who are as worthy of this award as Ashley. I've been personally impressed with Ashley's artwork, but also with her hard work and her dedication to her growth as an artist. I'm thankful to have such young, talented artists like Ashley in my district. As a representative for the youngest district, the youngest congressional district in the United States, few things make me prouder than seeing the talent of some of these young constituents. Congratulations, Ashley. I look forward to seeing you flourish more and more. Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does a gentle lady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentle lady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of National Veterans and Military Families Month. Last week, I joined communities across Wake County to celebrate Veterans Day, a time when we honor the courageous men and women of our armed forces who put their lives on the line to defend our democracy. As the proud daughter of an Air Force veteran, I know that behind every service member is a family making sacrifices every day. But thanking our veterans and their families is simply not enough. We must recommit ourselves to providing them with the care and benefits they've earned. We in North Carolina support our veterans. Just last week, Raleigh in my district was named the best place in the country for veterans to live. Let's strive to make every community an incredible place for our veterans to call home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, recently we saw yard signs across our nation proclaiming America First. To put America first should mean defending our people against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That is a daunting task. Indeed, no nation, including ours, is an island in a world where nuclear weapons, predatory armed submarines, cyber warfare, and space technologies encircle our globe and are ever-present threats. Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine reminds us all that no freedom-loving nation can fold its tent. Liberty, threatened by known expansionist and fervent regimes, threatens world order. Russia is testing the resolve of NATO and our free world. I'm old enough to have lived during an era in which Russia's historic aggression into territory that was not its own extended as far west as East Berlin, Germany. Russia is repeating its brutal history yet again on the European continent, a continent in which our nation's World War II war dead reached 183,588 and globally over 416,800. Our nation cannot retreat from our alliances that protect us here at home and the rule of law world around. Victory to Ukraine. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here as a Virginian, a UVA alumna, and a member of the U.S. House of Representatives to remember the UVA football teammates who were shot and killed earlier this week. For the University of Virginia, it has been an unimaginable loss. For their families, it has been an unthinkable reality. This week, we remember Lavelle Davis, Jr. We remember Devin Chandler, and we remember Deshaun Perry. Both on the field and off the field, their classmates, their coaches, their professors, and their loved ones saw their commitment to success. They saw their selflessness, their curiosity, and their determination to make the University of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, and our nation a stronger place. Please join me in remembering their lives, honoring their memories, and standing strong as their families mourn. We also stand with the University of Virginia student body, professors, and the community, the entire football team, and all those who are impacted by this horrific loss. We also pray for the recovery of Michael Hollins, Jr., as he and his family continue on the long road to healing. This week has demonstrated the resilience of the UVA community, and may we forever remember the lives that were lost: Lavelle Davis, Jr., Devin Chandler, and Deshaun Perry. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for 1 minute to unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute and to revise and extend my comment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the service of a friend and a dedicated public servant, Therese McMillan, who is retiring as Executive Director of the San Francisco Bay Area's Metropolitan Transportation Commission. Therese began her work with MTC in 1984 and then moved to the Federal Transit Administration, and most notably there, she was the acting administrator from 2014 to 2016. In 2019, Therese returned to the MTC as its new executive director. Under her leadership, MTC established an equity platform to advance policies and make investments that will ensure all residents of the San Francisco Bay Area are considered when discussing the Bay Area's transit needs. She has also helped to establish minimum housing density targets near transit stations to foster ridership. I have had the pleasure of working with Therese over the years. She's always been smart, kind, and dedicated to doing what is best. Please join me in congratulating Therese on a magnificent career of public service and wishing her the best on her retirement and her nearly 3 decades of service to our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Cervical Cancer Elimination Day of Action. 2 years ago, the World Health Organization launched a global strategy to accelerate elimination of cervical cancer by 2030. Last year, the WHO announced a partnership with Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center, part of the University of Miami's Health Center, designating the first WHO collaborating center for cervical cancer elimination. Across the globe, 1 woman dies every 2 minutes from cervical cancer, even though the disease is preventable, treatable, detectable, and curable. Here at home, according to the CDC, 13,000 new cases of cervical cancer are diagnosed, and 4,000 women die of this preventable and treatable cancer every year. Cervical cancer disproportionately affects Hispanic and Black women. Social determinants of health, such as income, lack of access to the internet, race, geographic location, and limited access to transportation, often impact women's ability to obtain needed prevention, screening, and treatment for cervical cancer, which is why I wanted to highlight Sylvester's work on developing new, cost-efficient tests for HPV, improving treatment options to prolong survivors, and increasing screening through its mobile outreach campaigns. I commend Sylvester's focus on decreasing cancer disparities across South Florida and beyond. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
The debate is officially over. Abortion rights are a kitchen table issue. Last week, abortion rights were on the ballot in 5 states, and abortion rights went 5 for 5. Not only in what are considered blue states like California and Vermont, but in a battleground state like Michigan and in red states like Montana and Kentucky. And abortion was one of the top issues that motivated people to vote. That's because for me and for millions of women, reproductive health care is our health care. That's why women showed up at the ballot box to defend abortion rights, and that's why we need to do the same in Congress. The House has already passed legislation to protect the right to access an abortion and contraception and protect those who cross state lines to access one. But we need to do more. The House needs to pass the My Body, My Data Act to create a new national standard to protect reproductive and sexual health data. And the Senate needs to step up and abolish the filibuster so we can finally protect abortion rights at the federal level. The voters spoke loud and clear. It's time to hear them and to act. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Arizona, this is not correct, yeah. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise today after a historic election in New Mexico and across the United States in which voters voted to not only uphold our democracy, our basic rights, but the continued fight to serve our communities. And that includes the passage historically of Constitutional Amendment 1 to invest in New Mexico's children and ensure that every single child across our state state has access to early childhood education and care. Last week, New Mexicans showed up across the state, in every city, in every county, in every community, from Mescalero to Mountain Air, from Albuquerque to Anton Chico, from Sandia Pueblo to Santa Rosa, from Rio Rancho to Roswell and Ruidoso. Over 70% of New Mexicans voted to invest in early childhood education and care because New Mexicans believe in our people, they believe in our communities, and they believe that every single child should have what they need to thrive. But we have one more hurdle to cross to make this a reality, and that sits here with our body here in Congress. Because of antiquated laws that were put on the books over a century ago, we must provide concurrence so that our communities are able to tap these funds and make historic investments in our kids. So, today, I urge every single member of this body to hear our voices, to hear the voices of New Mexicans and our children. New Mexicans want our kids to be able to access the resources they need. They are ready to lead the nation. And Mr. Speaker, I urge this body to pass this concurring language now without delay and invest in New Mexico, our children, and our future. And with that, I yield back.
Without objection, the resignation from committee of the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Cherfilis McCormick, is accepted. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed, without amendment, H.R. 8454, an act to expand research on cannabidiol and marijuana and for other purposes.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
I thank the Speaker. The House will be leaving town today, heading back to our states, heading back to our districts. Obviously, this will be a week of Thanksgiving. And obviously, I wish all of my colleagues well and safe travel. And we have much, of course, for which to be thankful in this great country. But there are great concerns that we face. Today, obviously, we had the speech in the news about the future of Speaker Pelosi. The outgoing Speaker has had a long career in this body, and I wish her well. I wish her the best in the next chapter of her life. And some are saying it's an end of an era. And I would say that it's only an end of an era if we choose to make it so. Speaker Pelosi ran this chamber not terribly unlike her Republican predecessors, and I don't necessarily mean that to be the right way to do things. Bills that are cooked up in small rooms among leadership staff and members of leadership. Thousands of pages of legislation dropped on members at the 11th hour. Key pieces of legislation that are shuttled through committee without significant debate and then dropped on the floor. Sometimes we have what's called suspension votes, where we suspend the rules and we have votes on the floor with no members here to debate it or discuss it. Just take the word of the committees on which I don't serve. Amendments on the floor of this body restrained since May of 2016 under both parties' leadership. Some people refer to this as a cartel. Some refer to it as the swamp. What it is, regardless of branding, we know that it takes power away from the legislators and thereby takes power away from the people who sent their legislators here to represent them. The only way we're going to make this the end of an era is if we change the way we do things. And we should. And I'm saying this now that there is a Republican majority about to take the gavel. I believe we have to change the way this town works. I believe we have to change the way this body works. The reason that I introduced the Article 1 Act in the first Congress that I served in this body while President Trump was in office, to reclaim power from the executive branch, to say that we must have a voice in these ongoing emergency declarations, some of which date back to the 1970s. The reason that I did that was because I believed it, even though it would have taken power away from a Republican president. I'm wondering now if some of my Democratic colleagues will think, well, maybe that's not a terrible idea if we look ahead. I don't know. Here in this chamber, I am, as a Republican, calling on a fundamental change in the way we do things here, how bills get to the floor. Most people might not understand that the default rules that would go back to the Jefferson Manual and the basic rules of parliamentary procedure would be that I have the right to be able to offer a bill, and that then you'd have the right to amend the bill here on the floor of this body, this being the floor of the House of Representatives. But what the American people don't know is that every Congress we come in and we vote on new rules. And we vote on rules that then restrict the power of every member of this body to be able to represent their constituents. We restrict the power of a member to offer a bill, to bring that bill to a vote, to have debate on that bill, to amend that bill here on the floor of the House of Representatives. That's the way it works. And then we even go further. Every week we fly in and then we have votes on rules that are cooked up among 13 members of the House of Representatives who sit up in a committee up here behind these walls, and they vote a new rule, send it down here, and then the body votes on the rule that then structures debate for the week. Then can I offer an amendment here on the floor? No. And you know why? Because people are afraid to vote. Members of this body sent to vote on legislation and to represent their constituents are afraid to vote. Can you imagine? In the founding of this country, the establishment of this body, the people's house, to go get reelected every 2 years, or to go seek reelection, that we're afraid to vote? Do you know how many times, if I bring up opening the process and opening up the floor of the House, colleagues on my side of the aisle, the other side of the aisle go, well, don't you know, that means somebody could bring up a really tough vote. Well, if you vote no on a whole lot of tough votes, like I tend to do, you get kind of used to it. And you get used to what you have to do, which is go explain to your constituents why there ain't no free lunch. This isn't the United States House of free stuff. You can't just keep passing bills to spend money we don't have to buy off votes. You can't keep voting for bills that have a nice title so that you don't have to go back and explain why you voted, as I did, against burn pit legislation for veterans who need support and help for burn pits. But you vote against it because you don't need another $675 billion mandatory spending item. Yet bipartisan support for a bill because nobody wants to go say no. Nobody wants to go look in a veteran's eye and explain the hard reality of what we need to do in this body. Nobody wants to say no to a bill that says ALS research. Nobody wants to say no to a bill that says something about helping animals or helping old people or helping kids. You put a nice title in there and everybody's got to vote for it. Doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on, you got to vote for it. Because there is no spending limit, there is no restraint, there is no responsibility, there is no leadership, there is no check on unrestrained power of the executive branch by this body, because this body keeps funding the very tyranny of the executive branch that many campaign against. That's the truth. My colleagues on this side of the aisle just went out and sought election where we took the House back. My colleagues on this side of the aisle went out and campaigned against unrestrained federal power in the Federal Bureau of Investigation, a Department of Homeland Security that refuses to secure the border of the United States, labeling of parents as domestic terrorists. They went out and campaigned against an energy policy of an administration that is destroying American energy, driving the price of gas up, driving the price of electricity up, destroying the grid of the United States, making us more dependent on China, on Venezuela, on Russia, on Saudi Arabia, on Iran. It's absurd. We ran against all that stuff, but you know what? Whole lot of my colleagues vote to fund all that stuff. Have no problem writing a big old check. Both sides of the aisle. You know why? Because they always have something they want that they're willing to just sign off on a monster piece of legislation, irrespective of the debt that is piling up around the ears of their kids and their grandkids, the destruction of the American dream that is happening because of that, or the funding of the very bureaucrats that are undermining the freedoms of the United States people every day. Come to the floor, it's got a National Defense Authorization Act. You come to the floor and you've got something you must pass. We have to pay for the pay raise for our troops. We must pay for some more planes and bombers and helicopters, missiles. Don't you know, Chip, that we've got to go stand up against China? We got to fund Ukraine. We got to stand up against Putin. Great. Let's have a debate on this floor about those things. If you're talking about war, maybe we should declare it. If you think that there's a proxy war with funding, maybe we should debate it on the floor of this body. Maybe you shouldn't just keep writing blank checks and never have a debate about guns and butter. But that's what we do. And this is where I got to have a little tough talk to my colleagues on this side of the aisle. What, pray tell, have you heard out of anybody on this side of the aisle that will change any of that? Yesterday, we had all sorts of conference meetings, debates about our internal workings. I tend to like to keep those meetings confidential and private, but half my daggum colleagues are tweeting that stuff out in real time. The fact of the matter is, nothing changed. The status quo remains because people want their power. They want their committee chairmanships. They want their gavel. They want the ability to control the power and the purse strings, but they don't want to look in the mirror to fundamentally change a broken town, a broken house, a broken body, a broken federal government that is stepping all over the dreams and the hopes and the future and the prosperity of the American people. There is not a remote indication that my colleagues on my side of the aisle understand what time it is in America. Understand what we're facing. It's not just a campaign statement. It's not just something to go rile up the American people to get elected. To get elected, to get power, to get on a certain committee. Do you know what every conversation that has been had in this body, at least on my side of the aisle, since last Tuesday? Hey, what's going on in the steering committee? Hey, who's going to get Ways and Means? Hey, who's going to get on what committee? Hey, did the freshmen have their votes? Who's going to be the head of the freshman class? Hey, who's going to be the speaker? Who's going to be the whip? I don't know. Let's figure out what we're going to do. Who's going to have power? Who's going to have power? Who's going to have power? And the answer is anybody but the American people. The answer is anybody but the rank and file members of this body. The answer is the status quo. That's why people ran. That's why President Trump, by the way, did well in 2016 running against the swamp. Say what you want about President Trump. He represented a large block of this country that were sick and tired of this town, of this place, of this body, of the people in this room. And it's high time we do something about it. Stop kissing each other's rear ends, asking and begging for some slot on a committee. We didn't come here to be on committees. We didn't come here to get a title. The titles around this place. Who is in leadership? Leadership. Isn't leadership something you recognize and follow? It's not something you elect. I didn't come here for second place. I didn't come here. I don't leave my family. I don't say goodbye to my son and my daughter and my wife every Monday and fly up here and spend 3, 4, 5 days up here and fly back every week just because I want to earn Southwest points. I didn't fly up here because I want to sit in rooms and go have a steak dinner and go talk to lobbyists about what needs to be put in a bill. I didn't come up here to say, well, we got to make sure we get, but don't call them earmarks. Don't call them earmarks. That's already bad out there. So we're going to call them community-directed spending. Okay, we'll call them community-directed spending. The currency of this town. How are you going to take care? How are you going to get a bridge back home? Hey, it's important. We have floods in Houston. We have floods in Louisiana or Florida. So, they need flood money, right? Oh, we have tornadoes in the Midwest. Well, we need some tornado money. Well, how do you think you get people to buy? How do you think you get people to vote for all these appropriations bills that have left your country $32 trillion in debt? By the way, 5% interest rates, do you know what's going to happen? Interest rates going up where they are at 5%. You know what's going to happen to the interest payments? It's going to be another $600, $700, $800 billion. You pretty much just bought a whole second Department of Defense, ladies and gentlemen, with money that you're printing. How's that sound? Enjoy that, do you? And nobody here has any plan on what to do about it except more of the same. Oh, we'll have a lot of speeches about CHIP. Don't you understand? Entitlements, mandatory spending, that's the problem. That's 70% of the whole thing. Well, as a technical matter, that's not incorrect. But we got here because we refused to deal with it. And that's not an excuse to write a blank check for discretionary spending. Hey, we don't need to be responsible on discretionary spending because the actual problem is the rest of the spending. Even though discretionary spending is still $1.5, 1.6, 1.8, $2 trillion. Or is it $7 trillion? Does anybody know? Does anybody care? Hey, we shut down the whole country under COVID. Hell, we'll just write a $5 trillion check. Why not? Because that's what we do. We just keep writing checks that we can't cash. So what are we going to do? What are Republicans going to do to demonstrate that they get what time it is in America? That they get that there's $32 trillion in debt? That they get that our borders are wide open, and that's not a political campaign speech. It's a reality. Even Democrats who refuse to acknowledge that our border is wide open are panicked over Title 42 ruling by a district judge, because even Democrats who want to ignore the 230 or 40,000 apprehensions in October, the 70-something thousand gotaways, the 27 dead migrants, they ignore all that. But that's 7,000 or 8,000 a day, and they can just sort of barely process that. You get rid of Title 42, which, by the way, there's no pandemic reason for Title 42 right now. It's literally a Band-Aid that Democrats are using as a, oh my God, if we actually open up the borders entirely, we can't deal with 17,000 a day. But that's the truth. That's the reality. So what are my colleagues on this side of the aisle going to do about it? Oh, Chip, we'll pass a bill in January. I don't know, be H.R. 1, H.R. 2, H.R. 5, but don't worry, we'll pass a border security bill. Well, one, I'll believe that when I see it. We don't have a great track record. Two, so what? Are you going to pass that bill and walk over and convince that great stalwart of defense of our border, Mitt Romney, that he should vote for it? You going to convince any of the 12 who just decided to redefine marriage and stomp all over religious liberty over in the United States Senate? Are you going to convince any one of them to vote for a strong border security bill? And even if you do you think that Joe Biden is going to sign it? So the question for Republicans is, are you willing to use the power of the purse articulated by our founders in Federalist 58 and broadly at our founding to stop what is happening in the destruction of our sovereignty with wide open borders that are endangering migrants, killing Texas, having fentanyl poured into our schools? Or are you going to just continue the fraud that is the United States House of Representatives? Because that's what it is. We don't represent anything at all when it comes to the core values of the American people. We represent power. We represent the quest for power. Are we going to use the power of the purse to secure the border? Are we going to deal with the National Defense Authorization Act that is currently being negotiated and likely passed out of the United States Senate and sent over to the House of Representatives? Now, it's heartened to hear the Republican leader, Mr. McCarthy, say that he thinks maybe the NDAA ought to be pushed into the next Congress. I agree with that. But then what? Then what? Is the Senate going to pass the same thing right back over? An NDAA that is chock full of all sorts of non-truly defense-related matters? We're going to have an NDAA that's sent over to us that drafts our daughters without so much as a single debate here on the floor about what it means to actually add our daughters to selective service? Are we going to have an NDAA, and are we going to support an NDAA that continues to advance vaccine mandates? How many of our men and women in uniform need to be fired? Oh, don't worry, Chip. We took care of it. It is not a dishonorable discharge. Oh, really? Well, thank you for that grand leadership, GOP. Because I'm sure it really makes our men and women in uniform feel all that much better when they're forced to leave their service in the United States military with discharge. Not honorable, discharge. I'm sure that makes them feel great. I'm sure they're sitting around the table this coming Thursday after they got fired because they refused to take a jab in the arm of a vaccine that Moderna and Pfizer made over $100 billion on, with all sorts of questions by legitimate mainline doctors about the efficacy of the vaccine. A hearing that we held just last week off the Hill, because my Democratic colleagues won't hold a hearing on COVID on the Hill, where all three doctors sat on the panel and we asked them, is there any basis, any reason for our men and women in uniform to be required to take a vaccine for COVID? And the answer was no, no, no. Unequivocal no. Like, this doesn't do anything significant for transmission. This doesn't do anything to truly help and protect young, healthy men and women who are in the military. They're precisely the population who are the least impacted by COVID. Yet here we are today, sitting here in real time while we adjourn for Thanksgiving. And an NDAA is getting debated in the Senate, going to be sent over here. What will Republicans do about that? I don't know. I don't know. are we going to have hearings in this body on COVID itself? The reaction and response to it, the power of government being used against the American people. Are we going to have hearings about its origins, hearings about NIH funding, hearings about mask policy, hearings about what Fauci and Birx knew and when they knew it, hearings about the efficacy of the vaccine, hearings about the side effects of vaccines, hearings about why only now are some of our leadership of this country going out and saying, oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, I think it really was just kind of something bad for, old people, and maybe we really didn't see, that maybe we didn't need to freak out and lock down our economy and kill our economy and send our kids to the corners and mask them and shut down our schools and send them back a generation in education. Our bad. These are real people's lives. It's the greatest economy in the history of the world, and you just shut it down. What in the world? Is anybody on our side of the aisle going to do anything about that? Haven't heard anything yet. Haven't seen anything yet. All I saw today was a hearing, press conference talking about Hunter Biden. Well, that's great. But what are we going to do about Scott Smith, who is targeted by the Department of Justice and National School Board Association? What are we going to do about Anthony Fauci? What are we going to do to make sure the American people know and fully understand the collective power of the federal government being pointed at and used against the American people? Because it's happening. COVID tyranny, nurses and doctors forced out of the workforce, the effort under OSHA to try to force employers to mandate vaccines, the CDC regularly pushing Twitter, Google, and Facebook to flag any dissenters who dared question the orthodoxy and all that the powers that be said that they thought we must know. How about the CDC purchasing $420,000 worth of Americans' location data to monitor compliance with lockdowns? Is anybody bothered by that? Is anybody bothered by the government looking at our information, looking at phone records? How about guns? The FBI secretly coerced Americans to sign forms to voluntarily relinquish their rights to own, buy, or use firearms and permanently register them in the NICS system. In Delaware, the ATF showed up unannounced to a man's home without a warrant for a surprise inspection. Under Biden, the ATF has revoked 500% more federal firearm licenses. How about DHS? Documents reveal DHS plans to target inaccurate information on the, quote, the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic and the efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccines. Facebook created a special portal for DHS and government partners to report disinformation directly. How about the environment? A 77-year-old veteran was sentenced to 18 months in federal prison and $130,000 in fines for digging ponds on his Montana property in violation of the Clean Water Act. The power of government is being used against the American people and our citizens every day. I've heard lots of talk by my Republican colleagues about oversight. But oversight doesn't do any good if you have a handful of hearings and nobody in America knows what's going on. That's why we should have a coordinated church committee style direct effort to bring together the entirety of the federal government's assault on the well-being of the American people and bring that to light to the American people and then specific changes to deal with it. But I'm not sure how much confidence that a lot of the American people have that we're going to change anything. Because you got to actually change something. We have, immediately following the election, the re-coronation of Mitch McConnell in the Senate. The adoption of essentially the exact same leadership team on this side of the aisle. And what is the first thing that happens in the votes and what do Republicans do? In the Senate, 12 Senate Republicans voted for cloture just yesterday to codify, other than marriage between a man and a woman, and trample on the religious liberty rights of Americans to disagree. That happened yesterday. Mitt Romney, Utah. Trump won 58% of that vote in Utah. Cynthia Lummis, Wyoming, a 70% Republican state. Shelley Moore Capito, a 69% Republican state. Todd Young, a 57% Republican state. Roy Blunt, 57% Republican state. Joni Ernst, 53% Republican state. Rob Portman, Dan Sullivan, Lisa Murkowski, Richard Burr, Tom Tillis, Susan Collins. Republicans walking away from religious liberty, walking away from the definition of marriage. What better way to signal to the American people and your Republican supporters and voters that you've got your personal thing pulled together and you're going to represent them and change what we're doing in this town? Hard to believe the American people are cynical. Hard to believe that. Yesterday, we had a bunch of votes on rules and procedures in the Republican conference. Again, it's a private meeting, despite the fact my colleagues love to leak it out, so I don't like to get into what specifically was done behind halfway closed doors. But I'll just say this: there wasn't an overall warm and fuzzy feeling about change. Very little changed. In fact, one of the things that did change was to just pull away a 200-year-old precedent dating back to Jefferson's manual about vacating the chair. It is my belief that sitting in the Speaker's chair, you'd want to make very clear that you're confident that vacate the chair would never be a problem. Yet, Republicans circled the wagons yesterday. You know why? It's about power. It's about the fear of losing power. It's about the fear of change. It's about the fear of empowering the body to do its thing. It's about the fear of open debate. It's about the fear of regular order. It's about the fear of votes. It's about the fear of taking tough votes. I don't fear tough votes. But I will say something to my Republican colleagues. Don't talk to me about change or what you think is changing until you tell me about the process you're going to use to bring bills to this floor. Because if I don't have the right to amend it, if I don't have the right to represent my constituents, if I don't have the right to have a voice, and you're going to come down and whip me and whip my colleagues to support a bill crammed down my throat by a rules committee that I didn't vote for or select, if you're going to tell me I've got to eat that vote, then that's not representative government, and that's not the way we should do things. When you bring a bill to the floor of the House of Representatives through a rules committee, and it's told to be must passed, National Defense Authorization Act, which by the way is not must pass, always considered such, appropriations bills. How many of my colleagues went to the microphone yesterday saying, look, continuing resolutions are destroying our military. We need actual appropriations. You know what? I do not disagree. But when you offer a rule change to say, I tell you what, if our Senate colleagues will work with us to get the defense bill passed, then maybe we can consider the other things. And they're saying, well, no, we don't want to bind our hands to the Senate. But that sounds nice, doesn't it? The truth is, what they don't want to do is give up the ability to do what they always do, which is try to jam through an omnibus spending bill with backroom deals cut in order to try to drive up defense spending. I support our defense. I want them to be properly funded, but I don't want them to get more blank checks. When are we going to have a debate about guns and butter? When are we going to stop spending money we don't have? When are we going to have an honest conversation in this body? Is it when we turn off those daggum cameras? Is it when we decide to actually offer amendments on the floor again? You're not going to change anything if you keep doing the same stuff. That's the truth. 2 days ago, I stood up and nominated my friend Andy Biggs for Speaker of the House as the nominee for the Republican Party. Andy did not win that vote. He's my friend. My friend Kevin McCarthy won that vote and earned over a majority of the Republican conference. That news has been reported. Virtually everything that we did in that meeting or said in that meeting was literally verbatim, tweeted out in real time or leaked to the press in real time. That's the truth. I have a rule when reporters talk to me about what happens in a meeting that I tell them it's a private meeting and I don't think I should talk about it. But when things leak out in real time about what's being said and what's being done, you at some point have to go explain to the people you represent, to your supporters and people broadly, what were you doing? Because if you can't have a private debate and a private conversation among family, and it's going to be made public, well, then you've got to go explain it. So allow me to read the speech that I gave in the Republican conference meeting nominating my friend Andy Biggs. It went like this. I rise in support of my friend and colleague from Arizona to serve as Speaker of the House. Andy Biggs is a proven leader who has demonstrated leadership here in D.C. as well as serving as president of the Arizona State Senate in a slim 2-seat majority. He is a committed conservative and a good man. Andy's candidacy is not an attack on Kevin, with whom a number of us have been engaging and will continue to engage in good faith. Andy's candidacy is about his courage to stand here today, willing to take arrows, the courage to offer a debate rather than a coronation, the courage to say perhaps, just perhaps, we should consider changing the way we do things in this broken Congress, in this broken town, a town to which our constituents sent us specifically to change it. While there are many factors impacting last Tuesday's elections, the outcome is not so much murky as convicting. Our voters, Republican voters, expected a reckoning. And in so doing, they gave us nearly 5 million more Republican votes in congressional elections than my Democratic colleagues. Yes, redistricting can explain why we gained perhaps a smaller margin than anticipated. But it's not enough. What did we run on? In the 1990s, we ran specifically on crime and a bold agenda to transform Congress. In 2010 and 2012, we ran specifically on cutting spending. Meanwhile, this year, bold conservative leadership outside of this city was affirmed enthusiastically by voters. No one better represents that than Governor Ron DeSantis' overwhelming dominance in Florida. But we also saw Governor Lee in Tennessee, Governor Kemp in Georgia, Governor Reynolds in Iowa, Governor Abbott in Texas. And we saw our own colleague Lee Zeldin's powerful run for governor in New York, where he fell short but helped flip 4 seats. Because Lee ran on something, crime and the rule of law in New York. DeSantis ran on something, fighting COVID tyranny directly and fighting wokeism directly. Governor Abbott ran on something, securing the border, ravaging Texas. Meanwhile, in a midterm election against the most radical, leftist, and dangerous White House in American history, we left the Senate in Democrat hands. and we're looking at a 3 to 5 seat majority in the House of Representatives. So what do? I hear a lot about unity. Amen. But it has to be real unity. If we just say we are unified, it will not do a thing if the Rules Committee jams a disastrous immigration and border security bill like happened in July of 2018. Or consider that, to the best of my knowledge, the House Freedom Caucus, which represents about 20% of the body, has one member of the steering committee, which has 30 people, one member of the 20 standing committee chairs. Or respectfully, how about all the PAC money that was spent around this town in favor of leadership-tapped candidates? For example, Rodney Davis over Mary Miller, 2 incumbents. That's why I give you that example. But it's not about any one person or group. It is about empowerment of the whole Republican conference, not just a select few. We say we are for limited government, we Republicans, but how do you expect to decentralize the power of Washington if we cannot even decentralize our own leadership structure? Our republic is on the edge. Americans and their families are being crushed by a weaponized government, radical wokeness, vaccine mandates, open borders, crime, inflation. Yet voters don't understand how Democrats who have championed such destruction still hold so much power and largely avoided the reckoning that we talked about. We talk a lot about accountability. I ask everyone in this room, how can we hold them accountable if we cannot hold ourselves accountable when we come up short? Today's voting date, this being 2 days ago, is an arbitrary date, rushed, in an environment where many of our voters believe the system is rigged against them. A vote for Andy is a vote to shout stop and to stand athwart the status quo. It is a vote to pause and debate. It is a vote to empower every one of us to have a say and to have the ability to use our election certificate to its fullest. It is not a vote against Kevin, but a vote to force us all to the table to figure out how, not if, how we will come together as a party to reshape the conference rules, rethink the makeup of steering and the very structure and operation of the Rules Committee, and most of all, to lay out a specific agreed-to agenda and battle plan around which we can unite and to inspire and win the minds and hearts of the American people. Now, that is an internal debate among Republicans. I think it's healthy. I think it's good. The question will be, will Republicans stand for change? Or will Republicans stand up for the continuation of the status quo? The status quo ain't working. It's not. That is an indictment of both parties. That is an indictment of this institution. It is an indictment of this town. We come here called to represent the American people. We come here called to engage in debate and discourse. And as I've said before on this floor, how often have you seen a legitimate and robust debate on this floor? I'd ask all the staff to sit in the room to answer, but that's not appropriate. They're the ones sitting here all the time, along with a handful of C-SPAN viewers. Everybody knows most of the time we're preaching to an empty chamber. Most of the time, if there's a lot of people on the floor, it's only for votes, and a lot of backslapping, and a lot of, hey, when's our dinner tonight? And a lot of, hey, what are we going to do tomorrow? When you leaving town? How fast can we leave town? How quickly can we get to the airport? Chip, don't demand another vote. Dang it, I got to get to my tea time back home. Yeah. But when was the last time you saw a rigorous debate? Yeah, okay, I know we sometimes have the majority leader and the whip go back and forth on a Thursday afternoon or a Friday for an hour. But it's all talking points. It's all posturing. It's all back and forth to say, let's go out on the steps and go give our speeches. When was the last time you had, let's sit here for 3 hours and let's debate Ukraine? All of us, let's get down, let's carve up time. How about 5 days? Let's debate Ukraine. We've given them $70 billion. 70, and now the administration's asking for $37 more billion. Any of y'all got $107 billion sitting around? Well, guess what? Neither do we. We're just going to print more money. We're just going to print more money, send it to Ukraine, allegedly for a helpful goal of trying to help Zelensky stand up against Putin. Where's all that money going? Is any of that money going into the hands of certain companies that's then turning around and sending it to certain politicians here? Certain stories seem to indicate so. Any of that money going to oligarchs in Ukraine? Any of that money going into the hands of China? A lot of stories about all of that. I'm not even talking about accountability yet. I'm just saying that if we're going to vote on another $37 billion for Ukraine, shouldn't we debate it? Are we at war or aren't we? Do we have advisors there or not? Is it in our national security or not? Is it helping stability in the globe or not? Is it actually good for the people of Ukraine, bad for Putin's power? And there's a lot of good debates around all that, and the answer might be yes to some of those, no to some of those. Have you, anybody, just throwing it out there, has anybody seen a debate like that on the floor of the United States House of Representatives? I have not. And I'm here. Few people have come down and given speeches. That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing as an actual debate. The American people expect us to do our job. I expect and believe that Republicans will end the absurdity of a closed down Capitol, the absurdity of magnetometers to go onto the floor of the House, the absurdity of proxy voting. Proxy voting extended by the current speaker till December 25th, when Santa Claus is going to bring home the magic day when COVID disappears. Obviously absurd. Our goal and our intent is to open up this body and to restore the people's house. That has to be our goal. That has to be our mission. Our mission as Republicans cannot be power for the sake of it. I would ask or suggest to my Democratic colleagues that their mission should not be opposition just for the sake of it. I am proud that I have one of the higher voting records against my own party than most of the people in my party. I believe that is attached to some amount of consistency and not attached to the whip or attached to the party power structure. Doesn't mean I'm right. I mean, I think I am. But what it means is that I've got some guiding principles that I think ought to guide how I vote. And it shouldn't be just because we're in shirts and skins or, red shirts, green shirts. It shouldn't be blue shirts, red shirts. It just shouldn't be that way. We should be able to be united on taking power back from the executive branch and restoring it to Congress. We should be united on sovereignty of our nation and defense of our borders to ensure that cartels don't exploit them for human tragedy, sex trafficking, fentanyl, pouring in and killing American people. We should be united on a strong national defense used sparingly but forcefully, not entangled in never-ending battles, and not blank checks to countries representing proxy wars. We should be united in trying to figure out how to solve our fiscal crisis that's killing our country. Every one of us should wake up. We should literally not be going home right now. We shouldn't even go home for Thanksgiving. It is so bad in such a crisis, we should not leave here until we have a plan to stop spending money we don't have. And I'll go ahead and say it right here, everything should be on the table. But we won't do that. Because if somebody brings up mandatory spending, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will run ads like they did against Paul Ryan saying you're pushing Granny off the cliff if you dare say something about Social Security or Medicare. You mean to say there's not a single dollar that we can save out of that without it being pushing Granny off the cliff? On my side of the aisle, they will not touch defense spending. And if you do, it's sacrilegious. You cannot touch defense spending. Chip, we need more. Doesn't matter what we got to do with that. We need more. You mean there's not a single dollar we can't save at the Department of Defense? There's not a single dollar we can't repurpose? There's no way to make that run more efficiently, more effectively, to have a strong military force that will kill bad guys and blow things up when necessary? I think we could do that. We should be united in that. You can't keep spending money you don't have. You can't have open borders and a lack of sovereignty. You can't. If we can't unite on that, what in the world are we going to unite on? This body is supposed to, even in our disagreement, stand athwart the executive branch extending beyond the powers given it in the Constitution. It's supposed to. Yet we routinely give the executive branch open-ended, long runways of power, and we both do it. And we know we do it. Why shouldn't we unite to restrain the executive branch if you actually believe in separation of powers? I will say right here and stipulate, I don't care who's in the White House. I don't want the president and the executive branch to have unlimited power. I introduced a bill under Trump. I'll introduce that bill, and I have reintroduced it under Biden. I'll introduce it again in January of 2025 if I'm here, no matter who the president is. We got the American people right now trying to figure out what they're going to pass down to their kids and grandkids. I've got staff, 25, 7, 8, 30 years old, saying, am I going to be able to buy a house? Literally, like wondering, looking around the country, pulling them up on maps. Saying, how am I going to afford this? How do I afford a $500,000 house with 7, 8% interest rates? All the families across the country are trying to figure that out. They're trying to figure out why they're increasingly concerned about their safety and well-being. They're trying to figure out why kids in their schools are dying from fentanyl. They're trying to figure out why we can't just agree that there are men and there are women, and we can acknowledge that we can build our society around that without that being hate. Like, these are fundamental truths or fundamental elements of our society and how we organize ourselves. We have got to find a way as a body on both sides of the aisle to bring back common sense, normalcy, and in this chamber, regular order. Or nothing will ever change. I am strongly of the belief that we must change. I have tried to work with colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I've introduced legislation on a bipartisan basis. I've passed legislation on a bipartisan basis, despite being, I think, by any objective measure, on the more conservative end of the spectrum of this body. I don't care whether there's a D or an R after your name. I'm going to tell you what I think. And that is directed at my colleagues on my side of the aisle. running around backslapping about getting the majority. The majority and having the majority is absolutely useless if we're unwilling to change. We have to change the way we do things around here. We have to empower members of this body to have a say in what is brought to the floor, a say to amend the legislation, a say in open and real and true debate that is driven by a desire to lead this country forward on the most basic of terms. Open up the Constitution. Look at the powers granted in Article 1, Section 8. Ask yourself whether what we're doing is connected to those powers, and then ask yourself if we are not a stronger, freer, better society if we can agree to disagree and push decision-making as close to the people and families and communities and local and state leaders so that we can actually have a republic united around ideals and not at each other's throats, because that's what we are. Because we are trying to make decisions in this town for everybody. And that's both sides of the aisle. Federalism is not just some quaint word you talk about. It's actually central to the health of this republic. We cannot function if we can't agree to disagree. And you can only agree to disagree if you're not trying to solve every problem for every person and every family and every walk of life in this chamber, doing everything and actually accomplishing nothing. The beauty and the structure of this republic and its founding is in the diffusion of power away from any one person, any one entity. The diffusion of power across 3 branches of government, the diffusion of power among federal, state, and local government. That is the greatness of this country. It is the essence of the great American experiment. That we trust the people, that we allow the people to prosper according to their own work, that we help each other, that civil society matters. But we fundamentally broke not just this institution, we are breaking our country because we believe that an unlimited checkbook gives us the right to buy votes with it. And by doing it, you're breaking the spirit of the country. You're taking away the value of work. You're taking away the value of responsibility. It's not just a campaign effort to buy student votes by paying off student loans so you can be nice. You just destroyed the entire ethic of responsibility. Of a woman like my wife, the daughter of a single mom who went to college, made decisions about what college she would go to based on the cost of that tuition, who took on loans, who then took every step to pay them back, who drove a crappy little car in order to pay her loans off. What do you say to her and every other American like her who did it the right way, and you just say, here you go, we're going to pay off your student loans? And that's just one example of thousands, and my side of the aisle is just as guilty. Another blank check to solve something, a disease or an illness. Another blank check because Ukraine. Another blank check because you don't dare look a farmer in the eye when the farm bill comes up and says, look, man, I'm sorry, but farm plus SNAP equals a whole lot of debt, and we can't keep writing a blank check. How about another blank check for subsidies for unreliable energy? Here you go. Here's another check to buy off another company to destroy our grid, destroy our way of life, destroy American energy through a blank check. We're literally destroying the soul of the country every day we walk into this chamber. And that is not a good legacy. Everybody just walks around acting like well, one day the think tanks and the world will come together and we'll solve all of the mandatory spending problem. That's the real deal. Stop writing blank checks. Actually have the responsibility to do your job. I'm optimistic about the American people and always have been. And there's a large block of the American people who are not going to just walk away from the republic that they inherited from their parents and grandparents and those that fought, bled, and died for this country. They're not going to walk away from the American dream for their kids and grandkids. But this body, every day that we meet, we make it harder for them. Why don't we stop that? Why don't we agree together to sit down and do the hard work that is required of us, to do it the right way, to spend within our means, to follow the constitutional order, to limit our affairs to the consequential things that unite our republic rather than meddling in the affairs of every American in every state and every local government? Why can we not sit down and agree to disagree and push decisions of disagreement down to the people where they belong and do our basic duty step by step? That is our calling. That is our opportunity. When you have a change of power and a change of leadership, it is our duty to follow the constitutional order. It is our duty to do it the right way. It is our duty to use the powers granted in the people's house to stand up in defense of the people who send us here to represent them. And with that, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
I'd like to one more time talk about some issues that I feel the mainstream media is ignoring. And if anybody is listening here today, they can please put them on page 1 where they ought to be. The first issue I'm going to talk about is Ukraine. I have felt all along that this is a disaster. It's obviously a disaster for all the family members of both the military and the civilians who've died during this conflict. It has the potential to become a huge disaster for the other countries in Europe and the United States of America, given the potential of what Russia is able to do. Nevertheless, until apparently very recently, maybe, the Biden administration has not been looking for an end to this war. Now, maybe the United States cannot broker an end, but maybe France or Turkey or Israel can, and they should be encouraged to go down that path. Every day the war continues, more people die. Every day the war continues, it's more of an economic catastrophe to Russia, an economic catastrophe even more to Ukraine. In the relatively recent background, we had huge numbers, a much closer relationship with Russia, and I felt Russia was moving slowly towards being a more westernized country, all the McDonald's and what have you. But in any event, the sooner this war wraps up, the better. And above all, the sooner the war wraps up, the less likely it will become a war in which there are huge catastrophes as things get worse. And I think there are some of my fellow members who would not mind getting American troops involved in Ukraine. I do not want to have that happen. So I hope we get a little more pressure out of the press corps to say, let's look for off-ramps for both of these countries and see what we can do about beginning a peace as well. The next topic that I think hasn't been reported enough is the border. And just because the border is a mess doesn't mean we ought to not be reporting new numbers on the number of people who are coming here every month. They are released every month. We recently got the totals for October of 2022. And when I'm talking about the numbers here, I'm talking about the people who come into the country. My colleagues sometimes refer to the number of people who are met by the Border Patrol. Many of these people are still turned around and sent back. I'm not talking about encounters. I'm talking about people who really come here. And I think since last Congress came in, we have had two new numbers come out. First of all, we had September of 2022. And I'm going to be talking about the numbers for this year, a year ago, and 2 years ago. 2 years ago, in September of 2020, 15,000 people came across the border who we really didn't appropriately vet. Last year in September, 116,000 people came across the border that we really didn't vet. And this year, 178,000 people in September came across the border. That should be a banner headline in every newspaper in the country. It hasn't been. It should be covered. Now let's look at October, the numbers that just came out. 2 years ago in October 2020, about a little under 20,000 people entered the country. In October of 21, it was about 99,000, so jumping from 20,000 to 99,000. This year, miraculously, just like September, actually a couple hundred less, 178,000 came across the border. So again, we go from 19,000 to 99,000 to 178,000. The situation keeps getting worse, keeps getting worse. I don't think, if there is such a thing as a responsible media, they're doing a good enough job of explaining the degree to which this number is growing. Just because it was a horrible situation and we were at 140,000 in August doesn't mean we ought not talk about the fact that there are 178,000 in the most recent month. We know, of course, more people, this huge increase in the number of people come here almost certainly means that there's an increase of fentanyl streaming across our border. We are at 108,000 deaths a year from illegal drugs in this country. When I think of all the parents and all the siblings and all the children who are without sons or daughters or mothers or brothers or sisters, it just breaks my heart. That also ought to be a banner headline, and I am sure that this huge increase of people coming across the border means probably more fentanyl and probably more deaths of tens of thousands of Americans. We are going to be working on appropriations bills soon, and I sure hope the 108,000 deaths of people every year from illegal drug overdose in this country, twice the number of people who died in 12 years in Vietnam, is something that Congress takes into consideration when we put together that budget. The next thing I'd like to look at, sad news from the city of my birth, adjacent to my district. Earlier this week, Milwaukee had their 197th murder. That's tied for their all-time high, and obviously we have about 5 weeks to go. So barring a miracle, Milwaukee, like so many other big cities in this country, it just has a horrific crime problem. 197 deaths. There will be analysis about it, but I have a feeling one more time they will not get the real root cause. To me, the real root cause here in Milwaukee, as so many other big cities, is a breakdown in the family. It is true we could use more police. It is true we should not be constantly attacking those police as racist so they are afraid to do their job. But I hope in some of the analysis of the pundits, analysis of the talking heads out there, we talk about the decline of the role of the family, the role of husbands and fathers in families as one of the problems out there. When I was a child, Milwaukee, depending upon the year, had the lowest murder rate of the 25 biggest cities in the country. We're right down there with San Diego. Now we're hitting records at 197, and given that we have about 6 weeks to go in this year, you're almost certainly going to clear 200 murders for the first time ever. So please, journalists, pundits, talking heads, when you analyze what went wrong in Milwaukee, how come we're so much worse than they used to be, please look at the broken family. Look at the role of fathers in their families, and also look at the role of families in their fathers. One of the problems we have, and George Gilder talked about this at length, it is very important for men to become part of a family. And a 25-year-old guy who's married with 2 kids at home is much less likely to engage in criminal behavior, much less likely to take illegal drugs than a 25-year-old guy who's out there on his own without those responsibilities. So it's sometimes not talked about. This breakdown in the family not only hurts the kids, it hurts the men as well. And if you'll notice, the vast majority of people who are committing these murders are the men. We always talk about what can you do about the children, what can you do about the single moms. Let's spend a little bit of time saying, what are we going to do without these guys that don't have a family that they're connected with? So in any event, I hope a little bit more thought is given when later this week, everybody in the Milwaukee area is expected to weigh in on those currently 197 deaths. My final comment for the press to look into a little bit for today is earlier this year, there were reports from people who like to pay attention to military matters, and given what I would argue is the recklessness of the Biden administration, we have more danger of war in the future than we have in a long period of time. There have been articles about aircraft carriers, and there were articles regarding training exercises with France. Now, the aircraft carrier, I think it was the Theodore Roosevelt, one of our big aircraft carriers, which cost huge amounts of money. There was a French submarine involved in training exercises with the United States. That French submarine was able to sink that aircraft carrier. I think that should cause concern for people. I mean, when we build these aircraft carriers, first of all, we have about 5,000 people on the aircraft carrier. So if an aircraft carrier ever sinks, you have about 5,000 people dying right there, which by itself is a huge tragedy. But secondly, we have to, I think, have to begin to stop and look, are we spending a lot of money for fighting past wars? Aircraft carriers were very important during World War II. They had a use still in the Vietnam War, which is hard to believe, is about 40 years ago. They have a use in places around the world, but I really believe anti-missile defense, cybersecurity, building more submarines of our own would perhaps be a wiser use of our military dollars than having 11 or 12 aircraft carriers. I think they may be more useful in future wars. Hopefully we will not have another war, but I think if we did, they would be more useful. And I would encourage the press who follows this sort of thing to pay a little bit of attention about what we found out when we had training exercises with France, and read a little bit about what would happen with the hypersonic missiles that are out there today, and wonder if maybe it's more important to deal with hypersonic missile defenses than aircraft carriers, which I think in major battles with, I'll say, first-class military enemies, could be sunk relatively quickly, together with all the people aboard the ship, and focus a little bit more on high-tech things. In other words, look at what war we'll look at in 2025 or 2024, rather than what war will look like in 1944 or 1943. So there's some issues for you all, both the people who like to watch C-SPAN and some issues that should be taken up by our press corps. Now, I'd like to thank the chair for giving me this time, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Section 1 of House Resolution 1230, the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.